Okay, so hey everybody, let's see if I changed the VPN, so hopefully that won't boot me. I know it was a combination of things of why my internet keeps going in and out, but the new internet is on the way. Hi Sharon, welcome, happy Saturday. Hopefully the hotspot works on a Saturday. And the document that we went over, was it Thursday? It's so big. I feel like I want to look at it again and see if there was anything, which I'm sure I missed. Jackie, welcome. Good to see you. I just checked the docket, just to check, and of course there's nothing there that I saw. But let's see. I want to scroll down the, here we go, the table of contents. Error rates might be good to look into. Generating a DNA profile and determining suitability for interpretation. That sounds fun. Let's go to page 38. I know these pages don't add up, but error rates. Okay, this is close. Wait. A basic overview of DNA interpretation phases. That sounds good. Let's see what we have. Oh, you know what? I can make this bigger. Let's see. That's a lot better. But too bad. How this? Yeah, can you guys see that? That looks way better. So we will start here. Basic overview of DNA interpretation phases. That sounds fun. So the primary focus of this chapter is interpretation considerations when questions relate to the source of the DNA. The question presented to the analyst may be, could the DNA have originated from this person of interest? Or is the DNA associated with a convicted offender, an arrestee, or an unidentified profile from another incident in a DNA database? Broadly, interpretation involves 4 phases: case management, pre-comparison, comparison, and post-comparison. This post-comparison makes me feel like, because I don't think the FBI confirmed, well, I know they didn't compare the SNP found at the crime scene to Brian's SNP. I don't know if they compared any of the DNA. So this will be interesting. So there are 4, broadly, interpretation involves 4 phases: case management, pre-comparison, comparison, and post-comparison. These phases are discussed separately, although in practice they often happen concurrently. I guess that means at the same time. So case management. Case management relates to the assessment, prioritization, and assignment of cases for examination. It also extends to monitoring, testing, and the turnaround time needed to complete the requested task. Contextual information management, CIM, is a part of case management that seeks to minimize analysts' exposure to task-relevant information while ensuring that all task-relevant information is available to the analyst. During case assessment, the relevant investigative questions and case items should be evaluated to establish if DNA analysis can be useful. Investigative questions of interest are not always immediately clear, and changes in investigative information can impact assessments. Right here, changes in investigative information can impact assessments. So when Brian's cell phone wasn't where Brett Payne was looking at it for it on those towers, Brian was most likely in Washington on those towers where Brett wasn't looking, so Brett could easily say, yeah, his phone just didn't connect or it was off. Well, yeah, because his phone wasn't where you were looking for it. And so in that case, Brian should have been ruled out. And that was a change in the investigation. So that would affect the type of DNA. It would affect that after, I guess they would have to identify Brian. Well, they wouldn't even have to go that, well, they knew who he was, but either way, he should have been ruled out. And the fact that nothing was in his car, there's just events along the way that would have ruled him out. And I feel like that goes into this category when changes in the investigative information impact assessments. Therefore, effective and timely communication between the investigative agency and the forensic service provider case manager becomes essential. If the step is mishandled, the appropriate examination may not occur. Importance of case assessment and information. Determining if DNA testing can help answer the questions posed is a critical decision point. An investigation may start with the questions of whose DNA was left at the scene. But as more information is obtained, the question may become, how was the DNA left at the scene? In other instances, the source of the DNA or parties involved may not be in question, and DNA testing to help address source-level questions may not be of value. Investigators may be interested in other questions. For example, what type of biological material is present or absent? Is male or female DNA present? Is the DNA profile associated with any profiles in a DNA database? Could the DNA have originated from a person of interest? Are these possible alternative explanations for the result? Oh, are there possible alternate explanations for the result? Yeah, trace transfer DNA. That's the very existence of it poses alternate explanations all day long and every day on Sunday. How and when? How and when was the DNA deposited? That's awesome. These questions are really good. So case management is the stage at which the forensic service provider determines what items to test and why. Access to relevant case information is critical for this purpose, even if information is potentially biasing. Is that case information management? Is that CIM? Let me double check. Yeah, contextual information management. Where was I? For contextual information management purposes, the forensic service provider needs to consider who has access to this case. And to this case information and when. Regardless of the interpretation method employed, it is important that the DNA analyst follows the principles of interpretation. That is, the interpretation should, 1, consider the task-relevant case information, 2, be balanced and consider 2 opposing views or propositions, and 3, be conveyed in the form of statements about the DNA results and not opinions of what happened. That number 3 is very interesting. Be conveyed so interpretation should be conveyed in forms of statements about about the DNA results and not opinions of what happened. Okay? The forensic service provider or DNA analyst should also capture the investigative questions in the propositions they consider. Propositions are sometimes called hypotheses or scenarios. A framework called the hierarchy of propositions can help analysts formulate propositions that are appropriate for the issues at hand. In general, there are 3 levels of this hierarchy: source, activity, and events. That is also that this paper from I think it was the Institute of Justice. So source, I guess, is identity. Of course, that's been very powerful in court cases. Activity level is new for us. And of course, the offense. So the United States has been very old-fashioned where they just identify and arrest. But the rest of the world, the rest of the first world countries, they consider activity level. And I was thinking about this today. There's an article that Tara gave me, or no. Oh yeah, it was an article Tara gave me. And it was about Australian courts, and the judge, so an expert was on the stand explaining secondary transfer DNA. The judge interrupted the expert and says, I would really, or to the effect of, I would really like it if you keep it to your expertise, but please don't take it outside of your expertise. And they were referencing what time or how the transferred DNA arrived at the location in the case. And I find that to be very intuitive, that this judge was so knowledgeable about what was going on. He wanted to limit the scope of the expert, but at the same time, he understood there's a how and a when, and that's an expert that is not necessarily somebody who is a secondary transfer DNA expert. They can tell you how that works. They can give you, maybe probabilities of how and when, but they're not necessarily an expert in that specific, distinct, other aspect of this transfer DNA. The how and the when are so important that it can actually make or break a case. And I don't even know if we have experts in that field yet. I really feel like it should be a separate field all in itself, because it can be complicated to understand timing of all this, especially with something that travels like glitter, or it travels like the common cold, like germs, and it basically moves by itself. It's not literally moving by itself. I think it carries, it hitchhikes places. So even though it's not maybe necessarily moving itself, it's a hitchhiker. So it in a sense, it is moving to places where the body it comes from has never been. So I do think that's a very complicated, a very narrow type of expertise that we don't have experts yet who can give justice to that part of the science. So that's very interesting that this paper here put it in there, because I've only seen Australia. They have case law where they're implementing limitations on this secondary trace DNA, and that judge is probably in a league of its own. That judge could have been just the only judge that had such a perceptive question or recommendation or whatever they did to narrow the scope of the expert witness for the secondary trace DNA. The judge didn't really want that expert to speak outside of their expertise, would be the how and the why. Because when the current experts we have, they're experts in, they're still kind of experts in identity, and to explain how they came across that identity would be because this DNA transferred here. But they're not necessarily, an expert in the how and the why. So there's a whole field that doesn't really have any training for yet. A whole field of experts that are missing. So anyway, so there are 3 levels of this hierarchy: source, activity, and offense. Source level issues can be broken down further into subsource and subsource issues. The analyst can help address, but should not directly answer, questions about whether a given individual is the source of the biological material or not. As explained in Chapter 7, how and when questions in DNA analysis, what can or should be said about how and when DNA was deposited, is a topic of ongoing scientific and legal discussion. Oh my God, this paper is really good. So everything that I have been reading about, for the past, how many years have we been studying this case? At 3, and then everything that I've been learning about since college, the how and the when questions are new. And so what can and what should. So this right here, what can and what should, it sounds like it's talking about a future time, because I don't think we have these discussions yet in science or in our legal system. The discussion of how and when are not present yet. So they're talking about a future event right here. So I'll read that again. As explained in Chapter 7, how and when questions in DNA analysis, what can or should be said about how and when DNA was deposited, is a topic of ongoing scientific and legal discussion. Offense level issues are exclusively in the purview of the fact finder and are not discussed in this report. Wait, did this paper just say how and when the DNA got there is not in the purview of the fact finder? Is that what I just read? Kibo, welcome. Twiz, Meg P, Diane. Oh, we have a philosopher. Welcome. Preston, hi. Twiz, I say Twiz, Jackie. And of course, hello, Sharon and Jackie, that they were here. What's Twiz? Twiz says, Audrey, we need you back. We need you to hack the FBI and find out what they did. Thanks. You're funny. Kibo! Well, a philosopher, you're new. I haven't seen you before. Please follow the money, philosopher says. How Kaylee have over 100,000 allegedly in her various bank accounts? Yeah, that is definitely a question that, money is usually the number one motive, right? Other than love or rugs. Okay, the philosopher also says, what happened to Maddie and Zaina at the real estate firm they both worked for? The name of the firm starts with P. Maddie and Zaina, they work for real estate? That is very interesting because the real estate of surrounding this case is very weird, like noticeably weird. Kibo says there's a niche in the DNA analysis market. Yeah. Kane! Did I miss Kane? Hi, Kane. Welcome. Not some random TA in another state, right, Meg P? Oh, welcome, guys. So, I think this is what I just read. So it says, how and when questions in DNA analysis, what can or should be said about how and when DNA was deposited is a topic of ongoing scientific and legal discussion. Offense level issues are exclusively in the purview of the fact finder and not discussed in this report. Like, does that say the how and the when questions are not in the let's just purview of this paper. Like, if you break that down fundamentally, is there a reason why the how and the when questions shouldn't be part of the questions for the fact finder? That the how and the when questions they're not offense level issues, they're actually source level and activity level. So is activity level in the purview of the fact finder? Is that something that they can work out? I'm sure there's people out there that say yes, but this is a new technology. So nobody really knows yet. And so that is probably something that is ongoing in the scientific community and then probably legal down the line. So that is very interesting, especially since we have an entire field absent of experts to be able to speak on the how and the when questions. So if we don't even have experts that can speak on that, how can you put that type of scientific analysis on a fact finder? This probably doesn't make any sense because everybody is going to be looking at these questions through the lenses that we already have, through what our legal system already is. That's not quite grasping what this is yet because it's not there yet. It's not in the legal system. The legal system hasn't really experienced any of this yet. So to be able to look at it outside of those glasses, these questions do need to be asked. And I know they're very foreign. I'm sure a lawyer would be like, no, none of that. But the problem is this will come down the line, and eventually we will be able to have experts in that field, and it will be a part of our court system more easily. Not perfect, but it will be introduced someday. Oh, look, we have a graph. This graph is awesome. I like graphs. So this says examples of pairs of mutually exclusive propositions at the source and activity levels of the hierarchy of propositions. That's a mouthful. Examples of pairs of mutually exclusive propositions at the source and activity levels of the hierarchy propositions. All right, so let's see what they have to say about, because these are different levels. Activity level. Questions. Did the person of interest perform the activity? Oh, remember that graph that I put? It was written by some universities in the Netherlands where there was a box that was like, this is the crime, this is law enforcement. and there was either a direct line or not a direct line to another box that said DNA result. And the principle behind that was you can have a DNA result, but one of the hypotheses is that yes, that DNA result is associated with the crime. They did do the activity level that is the crime and not an alternative activity. And then there is that hypothesis where the DNA result can be at the scene, but they did an alternate activity. It was not involved in the crime. So you have these two things that could occur at the same time, which is so way outside of our thinking, because most of us are like, your DNA was found on the scene, you probably did it. But no, it's a fallacy. So let's go back. So we're at level, activity. Questions, issue, did the person of interest perform the activity? Results, presence, absence of DNA at different locations. Quantity and quality of the DNA, DNA profiling comparison, presumptive tests, and multiple traces from the same activity. Okay, so here's some examples of what they're considering the questions and issues on activity level. So Mr. A and Mrs. B had all right, they went to a dance, okay, or Mr. A and Ms. B only partook in social activities as described in the case information. Example of proposition. So Mr. A and Miss B went dancing. Mr. A and Miss B only partook in social activities as described in the case information. Okay. The next one. Mr. Smith was the driver and Mr. Jones was the passenger at the relevant time. Mr. Jones was the driver and Mr. Smith was the passenger at the relevant time. Okay, so we're not talking about people here, we're talking about what they're doing. So these people, Mr. A and Ms. B are dancing. In one, and then in the other, they're doing some other activities other than dancing. This activity level for Mr. Smith, his activity is driver. In the first scenario, Mr. Smith activity was the passenger in the second scenario. All right. So now we're going on to source. And the question issue is the person of interest the source of the biological material? Okay, and then the results would be DNA profiling comparison. All right. And some of the examples of the propositions for source would be Mr. A is the source of the blood. An unknown individual is the source of the blood. Yes, this is exactly that graph. I should pull it up. I can't right now, but I will. There's two things that can be occurring at once, and you have to figure out which one is the correct one. And now I know these things sound so similar. They probably sound like they're the same thing, but there is a slight difference here, and I'm probably not explaining it very well. But these are two very different things, even though they look identical. And I think that's the problem we have right now, because we're looking through those glasses that we've all been trained to think that source is the same as offense, when source is not the same as offense. That's just how we've been doing it. Okay. The next proposition is Mr. A is the source of the DNA. An unknown individual is the source of the DNA. Okay, and the last proposition for this one is, I did it wrong. Right? No, I did. Mr. A is the major contributor of the DNA mixture. So these are three very different things here, even though they look and sound very similar, but they're three different ones. So now we're going from source to subsource. The questions for a subsource activity is the person of interest. Is the person of interest the source of the DNA? DNA profiling comparison is the result. And then they're going through these again. So Mr. A is the source of the blood, and unknown individual is the source of the blood. Mr. A is the source of the DNA, and unknown individual is the source of the DNA. Mr. A is the major contributor of the DNA mixture. All right, so now we're going to sub-subsource. Okay. Is the person of interest in the source of part of the mixture? That's interesting, and that results in a DNA profiling comparison. All right, so yeah, I guess this is how it goes. So blood is our regular DNA, like blood, sweat, semen, saliva. So that's our source. Then you get to subsource, and I'm thinking that could include the trace transfer. And then subsource would be even more diluted, and that would be why it says part of a mixture. Okay. Oh, we got one last one. I did think that was funny because everyone is too, except for this one. So the proposition for this is Mr. A is the major contributor of the DNA mixture. An unknown individual is the major contributor of the DNA mixture. All right. So forensic service providers should assess the case information in a transparent way. Okay, before we move on, let me see if anybody had any questions about that. I probably didn't explain it very well. Let's see. Anna! Welcome, Truth and Justice with Anna D. It's so good to see you. Excuse me. So Anna D, she gave me some of her research. Thank you for that. And she has just been a warrior for, I'm sure she's been a warrior for this whole case and other cases, but she's just been on fire these last few weeks. So thank you for all your work, Anna D. That is awesome. Awesome, awesome. All right. Let's go back here. So the forensic service providers should assess the case information in a transparent way and should consider the effect of human factors relating to bias, risk management, and efficacy. An example is in the United Kingdom Forensic Science Service Model for Case Assessment and Interpretation. This formalized model focuses on customer requirements from a scientific perspective by using the principles of interpretation. The analyst is encouraged to think about the document, the propositions considered that address the case questions in the expected results of the items tested. This process also helps to protect the analyst from post hoc rationalization of their findings. You know what? I gotta find that video so I could show you these graphs because I am very visual and just looking at it might help explain that graph a lot better. All right, so I gotta, which one is it? Okay, it's the contactless DNA number 2. Okay. Oh, all right. So this graph here is very similar to, whoops. see if I can zoom in. Okay. So this list is 6 propositions based on 3 key elements. So if proposition 1, there's 2 hypotheses. The accused did the, whoa, I didn't hit pause. All right. For proposition 1, the 2 hypotheses are that can occur at the same time. Accused did the criminal activity. Accused did not do an alternative activity. Or accused did an alternative activity and criminal activity never happened. Okay. So proposition number 2, there are also 2 hypotheses. It is accused did criminal activity, accused did alternative activity. Accused did alternative activity, criminal activity never happened. I know these look so similar. Oh, wait, I read number 3 wrong. So number 3 is accused did criminal activity, accused did alternative activity. So in proposition number 2, the accused did the activity and alternate activity. And the hypothesis in proposition 2 is accused did alternative activity, criminal activity never happened. I've heard of cases where some crimes that they have been convicted for never happened, but we're not talking about hypothesis number 2. That does not apply to what we're doing now. But hypothesis 1 could be very relevant. The accused did the activity, accused did not do the alternative activity. Or the accused did the alternative activity. Okay, wait. So now we're going on to proposition 3. Well, this is, for that one, it's accused did criminal activity, accused did the alternate. So number 3 is like they did it. Like they did the criminal activity, they did the alternate. And so for number 4, someone else did the criminal activity, accused did alternative activity. Okay. I think that's enough for now, because I know those things sound like they are the same, but they're not. Let me see. So one of them is accused did criminal activity, accused did not do alternative activity, and then it switched. Accused did alternative activity, accused did not do the criminal activity, so the opposite. And let me show you a graph that, here's one. Okay. Glitter! Hey, Too Fast for Fleas, great name, welcome. Oops, I keep doing that. I keep clicking off the screen. All right. So in this hypothesis, this is the one we're focusing on. So hypothesis 3 was accused did criminal activity, accused did alternative activity. Or someone else did the criminal activity, accused did alternate activity. So in this hypothesis, the hypothesis would probably be this crime has occurred. Here are the 3 ways a DNA result could come from the crime scene or the hypothesis of law enforcement. So the 3 ways that it could, okay, so this is the law enforcement's hypotheses. So there's 3 ways DNA could transfer and be present as a DNA result. It doesn't necessarily mean the person did it. The first way is crime. Yes, the accused did the criminal activity, and that's number 1. That's the most glaring, most obvious one, right? Another option is that an alternative activity happened, which would be trace transfer, like the Lucas Anderson case. His DNA was found on the fingernails of the victim who was shot by a different person. So that would be, there is an alternative activity that happened which resulted in a DNA result. And that alternative activity was the EMT treated Lucas Anderson earlier that day and transferred Lucas Anderson's DNA on the victim's fingernails. So, yeah, he was innocent. He was doing an alternative activity, but it resulted in a DNA result. Or another option is its background, like somebody who was supposed to be there, somebody who was obviously not a part of the crime, maybe like one of the roommates. So yeah, their DNA would be expected to be there, and so that's part of the background of the information they have, but it doesn't necessarily center around the criminal activity. So all of these things here point to that. And then here we go. This is another one. This is when law enforcement, or the hypotheses of them, their hypothesis is there was an alternative action that happened, and that was how you got the result. So the first one we looked at, the hypothesis was just the result. This time, the law enforcement is under the understanding that, okay, an alternative action did happen, even though their DNA was found at the scene. So for this, the hypothesis for this type of graph is accused did a criminal activity, accused did not do alternative activity. Hypothesis number 4 is someone else did the criminal activity, the accused did alternative activity. So these are like fundamental principles that the Netherlands and Australia are beginning to understand these concepts. I know these concepts are probably, I'm having trouble explaining it because these things are so similar. Oh, we have Backwood Beats in the house. Hello, welcome. Here we go. Backwood Beats says, the hypothesis, either the DNA matches, the DNA doesn't match, or the DNA is just really bad at picking friends. You know, that DNA doesn't always know how to pick some friends. That's very true. Too Fast for Flea's best name says, things I wanted to do at my mom's house for a couple of years, but she always had me busy doing other things. Oh, I'm not really sure what you guys are having. Echoes! Welcome, Echoes of Clarity. Very good to see you. Dawn. Oh, Dawn, you said it glitters. Yeah, DNA moves like glitter. You can't, once there's glitter around, you can never really get rid of it. It's just like always there. It takes a while. Okay. So we took a little detour. I know these graphs are hard. Yeah, it was something that like, you gotta let it marinate, let it sink in for a little while. But these graphs help because this means, law enforcement understands there's an alternative and a DNA result at the same time. And then back here, the hypothesis is, yeah, we identified them, but they're not sure yet which one of these, because even if the crime happened, even if alternative activity happened, or your DNA is there, but you're not a part of the crime, that's all going to lead to the same place. But we know if there's alternative activity that happens, or somebody who's just in the background, like, I don't know, the parent or somebody else who lives there, like somebody who's just like not a part of the crime, that they wouldn't, even though their DNA is there, we know that they're not responsible. So we just have to keep in mind that there are lots of, these are 3 different activities that all lead to the same thing. So, and then, see this one line goes here, line, and then I'll show you the last one again. So all the lines are the same, but then they added this line from the hypothesis to the alternative. Okay, so now let's go back. Hopefully that explains this graph, which we were doing before. I think maybe both of them work together. Okay. As a part of, am I on the right? Yeah. All right. As a part of case management, an investigative agency may deem a case inactive or closed. For example, a complaint may not be willing. A compliant may not be willing or able to testify. However, DNA testing could still be useful if a DNA profile might be suitable for entry into a DNA database. In other instances, a case may be adjudicated without DNA results. Forensic service providers may have testing policies that are influenced by the status of the case, limit how many items can be tested, or determine whether items are analyzed for DNA at all. Well, here's one of those fun blue boxes. Recommendation 3.1. To promote balance and transparency in DNA analysis, forensic science service providers should apply the principles of interpretation and should understand the hierarchy of propositions. So the table on this and those two graphs that I was showing you, those are part of principles of interpretation and the hierarchy of propositions. So at this point, if you're watching this, you're more of an expert than any other of the experts in this how and when transfer DNA field. All right, so pre-comparison phase. If the case information suggests that DNA analysis could be valuable for the fact finder, or if the forensic service provider or customer policy indicates the case will be assigned to an analyst or a team of individuals, items identified as part of the examination plan during the case management phase will be inventoried, examined, screened, or sampled. The collected samples will be processed in line with the forensic service provider's procedures to develop a DNA profile. The resulting DNA profile will be assessed for quality, for example, potential artifacts, and then be evaluated to determine if the profile is suitable for comparison to known reference samples from persons of interest. During the case management phase, the forensic service provider and submitting party begin formulating the relevant propositions. Prior to a comparison, the analyst may update these propositions based on the DNA profile that is developed. If there is no punitive perpetrator, or if the punitive perpetrator profile is unavailable, then the analyst may upload the profile to a searchable database or provide investigators with possible explanations for the DNA results. Some cases or some samples within a case may not proceed past the pre-comparison phase. All right. Comparison phase. DNA analysts should consider whether appropriate reference profiles are available for comparison. If a person of interest profile is available and the forensic profile is suitable for comparison, the analyst will assess whether the profiles are similar or dissimilar to each other. Depending on the forensic service provider's policy, sample to sample, profile comparisons may also be made and reported in absence of a person of interest profile. The forensic service provider protocol and method of interpretation employed will dictate the process for comparing profiles. Methods of interpretation could be manual, sometimes called binary or visual comparisons, automated in a software program, for example, PGS, or a combination of two. If the profiles appear different, the analyst may exclude the person of interest. If profiles appear similar, the analyst will quantify the evidentiary value of this similarity. DNA analysts in the United States may be familiar with the terms included or consistent with to describe the results of this process. However, for reasons that are discussed further in Chapter 4, quantitative and qualitative ways to express DNA results, any qualitative term for the outcome of a DNA comparison can be misleading. When an analyst cannot tell if the profiles are similar or not, a protocol should dictate what is to be reported. And then it references here section 4.5.2 titled Issues with the Term Inconclusive. I don't think we read that one there. We read something about inconformity. Anyway, we'll look at that one later. Manual comparisons offer significant challenges due to the difficulty in defining what similar or dissimilar mean. Software-based approaches offer several advantages and suggestions for a process of moving from visual to software-based comparisons are offered. Post-comparison phase. If the DNA analyst obtains new information or additional questions arose during the investigation, prompting the need for additional examinations or comparisons. For example, a new elimination reference is obtained. Then, the analyst may need to perform additional comparisons or reanalyze or reinterpret a forensic profile. If the forensic service provider does not have a specific technology validated, for example, Y chromosome short tandem repeats, YSTR, where's response? We're talking about the YSTRs again. If the forensic service provider does not have a specific technology validated, for example, Y chromosome short tandem repeats, YSTRs, mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA, single nucleotide polymorphisms, SNPs, or when retesting by a different forensic service provider is required, the forensic service provider should send these items to an external forensic service provider for analysis. This is odd because if the DNA analyst obtains new case information, additional questions arose during the investigation, prompting the need for additional examinations or comparisons. Then, that makes sense, the analyst may need to perform additional comparisons, reanalyze, and reinterpret a forensic profile. And if that service provider doesn't have the technology they need to perform these additional tests, they're going to send it to another forensic service provider. I think the state is claiming that they did send the sample. For some reason, they needed to reanalyze or reinterpret or do an additional comparison. So they sent the sample to Ortham, so Ortham could either do the YSTR and the SNP. I don't know, let's think on that one. All right. Important human factors, considerations in interpretation. There is considerable variability in how forensic service providers and even different analysts within the same forensic service provider approach DNA analysis and interpretation. Variability also exists in how the analysts may approach tasks at different time points, including variability as their experience level changes. This variation makes the topic of DNA interpretation and the potential for bias, error, and influence of other human factors so important to understand. This chapter provides specific examples of decision points where variability may occur and the possible upstream and downstream effects of this variability. Although this chapter cannot address all sources of variability, cognitive bias, or error, we present several concepts that underpin some human factors, considerations that are key to understanding and improving interpretation issues in DNA analysis. So, Chapter 8, Quality Assurance, Quality Control, Chapter 9, Education, Training, and Professional Credentialing, and Chapter 10, Management, discuss how management, resources, culture, and the legal system in which forensic service providers operate can influence the variability, cognitive bias, and error. Discretionary decisions versus standard operating procedures. Many decisions throughout the course of DNA analysis are discretionary, which means they are left to the forensic service provider or the analyst. While there are national and international standards and guidelines by which a forensic service provider may be audited, they only set forth what a forensic service provider should do, not how they should accomplish it. Some decisions, for example, polymerase chain reaction, PCR, cycle number, inject parameters, and are non-discretionary procedural determinations based on validation and a thorough assessment prior to implementation within a standard operating procedure, SOP. Other decisions may be left to the discretion of the analyst during analysis and interpretation. Regardless, the forensic service provider should document and outline in a standard operating procedure which decisions are procedural and which are discretionary. Standard operating procedures should be built upon knowledge garnered during internal validation. We went over a little bit of that internal validation process Thursday. So if you haven't watched that yet, or if you're a replay crew, you can check that out, and that will tell you a lot about the internal validation systems that these labs will do in addition to their everyday court case, which is a lot of work. All right, so standard operating procedures should be built upon knowledge garnered during internal validation. Validations attempt to test samples reflective of casework, and standard operating procedures use this information to provide a framework for analysts' tasks and steps. Clear standard operating procedures arm analysts with the tools needed to make educated and empirically supported decisions and reduce inter- and intra-analysis variability. But discretion remains important. Standard operating procedures should provide the flexibility to adapt to changing conditions and empower analysts to decide what should be done for a particular case or sample depending on the unique situation. Discretionary decisions are particularly useful since testing is a nuanced and complex process where it is not possible to know all the testing considerations, scenarios, or circumstances in advance of testing. Discretionary decisions allow analysts to make informed choices based upon the nature of the case and the samples to be tested. However, there is a trade-off that comes with flexibility. The decision points can be a source of inter and intra-analyst variability and may be prone to bias. Examples of discretionary decisions may include which samples to test and the number of samples to test during serology and DNA profiling. Whether to concentrate on a DNA extract prior to quantitation or amplification, whether to perform additional amplifications to confirm results, which genetic analyzer parameter to use, for example, injection time, run voltage, whether to assume the presence of an unknown contributor. Ooh. Yeah, that makes me think of I guess you don't have to, was it an assumption for them to think that the perpetrator's DNA is on the snap? I don't know, I still think that's a stretch, because I don't think the perpetrator would have left that behind. I feel like if a victim used it, why would the perpetrator care if it's still there? The perpetrator is there, to unalive someone. So if they're gonna hate on someone so much to unalive them, they're not gonna care how the victim tried to defend themselves. And so a sheath would be worthless to the perpetrator. So they will just leave it. I don't know. That's just where my mind goes when we're talking about which analysts use their discretionary decision to assume the perpetrator was on a knife sheath and not that it was used in self-defense. And that's a lot of assumption, in my opinion. All right, so next one. Whether to adjust default software settings for a given sample or interpretation. Analysis software or PGS software. Which propositions to consider, for example, one or more persons of interest as co-contributors, depending on the technical review process of a forensic service provider, choices made by the primary analyst may be assessed during the technical review process, in part to determine if the appropriate items were tested and evaluated given the questions in the case. However, confirmation bias can occur during this type of review. The forensic handwriting examination and human factors report addressed human factors issues related to the review process. And section 8.5, blinded reviews, expands on this topic. Differences in opinion over such decisions may be a source of conflict between analysts. Such conflicts may be difficult to resolve, slow the review process, delay the reporting of results, and lead to a drain of forensic service provider resources. Discussions or disagreements could also lead the primary analyst to feel pressured to acquiesce to avoid elevation to the technical leader. Analysts may then over-focus on the flagged decisions when processing the next case to the detriment of other important considerations. As forensic service providers implement and use new methods and technologies, decisions points may oscillate between discretionary and procedural. Users' familiarity with new methods and technology may increase flexibility in discretionary decisions. For example, the requirement for consultation and approval from the technical leader at certain steps of a method may later be relaxed. In other instances, flexibility may decrease or change the procedural decisions, which should be supported through updated standard operating procedures and validation data. Additionally, as technology has advanced, there has been a trend towards outsourcing critical decision points to software programs. Software programs may improve efficiency and consistency and reduce some potential sources of bias. However, over-reliance on these systems can result in Analysts conducting or testing about work they have a less robust scientific understanding about than previous methods. Even with the aid of technology, it is often still the analyst's discretion to accept or reject the information produced by the software. It is important to conduct periodic reviews of discretionary decision points to determine if they are still necessary and effective. In addition, the extent of the inter and intra-analyst variability introduced by these decisions should be established. Whenever possible, the variability introduced should be minimized or removed. Forensic service providers should evaluate the downstream effects of discretionary decisions at the level of inter or and intra-analyst variation. This procedural freedom introduces. This assessment shall also include which decision points, if any, are sources of disagreement during a technical review process. Decision justification and recording, transparency, and documentation. The FBI Quality Assurance Standards defines analytical documentation as the documentation of procedural notes, controls, and instruments used, observations made, results of tasks performed, and charts, graphs, photos, and other documentation generated which are used to support the analyst's conclusions. That's a lot of stuff that goes into, well, that's their standard. So document everything. In addition, Standard 11 of the FBI Quality Assurance Standards establishes the minimum requirement forensic service providers should meet for taking and maintaining case notes and related analytical documentation. This standard broadly addresses the need for sufficient documentation for each technical analysis to support the report conclusions, which that another qualified individual can evaluate what was done and interpret the data. However, the level of documentation and the extent of note-taking is often discretionary, which can result in inter or intra-forensic service provider variability. Non-discretionary decisions should be clearly delineated in a forensic service provider's standard operation procedures, which should be made available to interested parties, including the prosecution, defense, and other criminal justice partners. When discretion is afforded to an analyst, documentation in the case notes or case file is necessary to record the reasons or justifications behind the decision made. Standard operating procedures alone do not provide enough information regarding the discretionary decisions made for a particular case sample. Documentation should include both action and justification for it. This is particularly important when a decision significantly impacts downstream analysis. For example, artifact removal that impacts NOC determination, focus from the evaluation. As discretionary decisions become more routine and analysts become more experienced with a particular method or workflow, they may become complacent in levels of documentation they provide. This complacency should be guarded against through robust standard operating procedures, requiring clear documentation of these decisions and analysts' reasoning. Previous human factors and forensic science reports have discussed the need for transparency and the scientific and legal value of documenting the handling and processing of evidence. This applies to DNA interpretation as well as documentation should be completed contemporaneously to the actions being performed and accurately reflect the examination and interpretation that was performed, as well as the basis of the conclusions reached. When choosing between options and processes available during casework, the analyst should record their choice and reasons for it. Any post hoc changes to initial conclusions should also be explicitly documented. In addition, it should be clear to anyone reviewing the case file whether any steps were repeated, and if so, why. A record of rejected data and data generated during troubleshooting, even if not used, should be maintained, accurately reflect the sequence of examination processes and opinions, provided the opportunity for a case reviewer to consider the potential impact any influencing factors may have had at the time of the recorded action or decision. Documentation may be recorded in a variety of ways, such as narrative, tabular, or sample checklists. Section 5.4 is report formats. I want to look at those. Okay. In general, the extent to which the analyst may provide additional case or sample-specific documentation often relates to complexity of interpretation. In addition to any physical records or notes generated, forensic service providers should maintain all the electronic data produced during analysis, for example, raw sample files, PGS run files, version of software used, regardless of whether they are used to render a conclusion. Much of the responsibility of the record keeping may be offloaded to a laboratory information system, management system, that provides clear audit trails. For efficiency, the forensic service provider should implement drop-down lists and a list of standard annotations for all analysts to use. This would also simplify the process for analysts and provide guidance on how to document what and why of the decisions that are made. This reminded me. So a lot of the responsibility of record keeping may be offloaded to a laboratory information management system that provides clear audit trails. I feel like this is what Mallory needed after he used the cast, what he put into the cast software. Because Ann Taylor was saying he used like an older version of the software and that he didn't save his worth. There needs to be a clear audit trail for the decisions that were made, even though that's a different type of forensic evidence. It's not DNA, but I feel like the same protocols of documentation would exist with that type of evidence as well, and it's not available. And then it's like, well, if it's not available, Harry, right? What did you show the grand jury if you can't even show me what you did? Let me come back and say hi to everybody. Backwood Beat says, honestly, none of the answers make any sense. Too Fast for Flea's best name says, it's like every attempt to do anything was done like it was opposite day. Yeah. Chemo! Standard operating procedures. Yay! Oh my god. What does this mean? Kane says, Twiz, why are you always defending New Mexico? They're not gonna give you free land. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Backwood Beat says, some ideal as Officer Payne's answer about CODIS. One sample at a time, right? Okay, Backwood Beets says, SMP are more focused on identifying individual genetic variations, and while they can be useful, they don't provide the same clarity in a mixed sample with multiple contributors. That is very interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, good thought. All right. Oh, Backward Beat says, in just a few searches, I found out why STR is like the minimalist of DNA profiling. It uses less DNA. That is very interesting. Too Fast for Flea's best name says, I wonder why it would not be possible to create a YSTR profile. Okay, so Backward Beat says, honestly, I'm not sure why YSTR wasn't used. After my deep dive in highly scientific Google searches, it's clear YSTR is the superhero when it comes to building a profile with females in the mix. Too Fast for Flea says, I don't think there was enough of the sample. I think the SMP may really be all they have. That is interesting. Make P. It's just gonna make a hybrid alien race. That's really funny. All right. Okay, I think I caught up. Oh, did I read this one yet? Backward Beat says, after those docs dropped, I went full on deep dive into the DNA. I couldn't help but think, damn, those experts really dropped the ball, making me feel like a genius after my Google search. Right? Like, we should have a little bit more clear understanding of like what they did because, they're the expert. They should be able to clearly articulate what it was that they did. But like all of that word salad just made everything worse. Like, I feel like if what they did was proper, that wouldn't have been the outcome. Kibo says, Payne must have inherited the insincerity gene. Okay, he inherited the insincerity gene and the I don't remember gene. All right, I'm going to go back here. Technical reviewers should be able to understand the primary analyst's decision-making process. Documenting the primary analyst's logic can minimize the time-consuming back and forth. The documentation should reflect not only the reasoning or justifications of decisions, but also the sequence in which discretionary decisions were made. Thorough documentation also assists analysts, auditors, and criminal justice partners. If an analyst is required to testify to a DNA result, It may be months or even years between their interpretation of the evidence and data and their testimony. An analyst, analyst should not be expected to remember every processing and interpretation decision and the reasoning behind those decisions in every case. Attempts to remember these details in the absence of adequate records could be incorrect or biased by later information. This is especially critical in post-conviction reviews of DNA analyses or when evaluating whether additional testing should be conducted with new technologies. If a clear record of the analyst's interpretations, decisions, and justifications is maintained, the analyst will be in the best position to testify to their decision-making process. Furthermore, others who may rely on those records later will be in a better position to make accurate assessments. All right, that could be true, and I'm sure if I was one of these experts and had been years since I had to talk about this interpretation, yeah, I can understand that. But this is like the Brian Kohlberger case. This is the biggest case in the country, maybe even the world right now, because all eyes are on this case. I think this would be an exception to the rule, and these analysts should have brushed up on what they did the best that they could, and it doesn't sound like they did. I mean, I feel like experts should take a little bit of an extra step when you have a high-profile case. All right. Improved documentation also leads to improved transparency, which serves independent reviewers who may be unfamiliar with forensic service providers or analysts' discretion practices, as well as criminal justice partners as they work towards a more accurate understanding of the scientific evidence in criminal proceedings. All right, we've got two fun boxes at the end of this one. So the first fun blue box, recommendation 3.2, DNA analysts should maintain a detailed record of reasoning, justification, and sequence of decisions not dictated by forensic service providers' protocols. For example, discretionary decisions. Okay, here is a call-out box. It's a little bigger than the little blue boxes. So call-out box 3.1. Barriers to documentation and ways to overcome them. Documentation can be a valuable tool for an analyst and other end users of a case file. However, there can be barriers to increase the expected level of documentation. These could include obtaining analyst buy-in. Because of the potential increase in time and effort required to document additional information or decisions made during the process, analysts may be resistant to this change. Also, since accrediting bodies do not specify the level of documentation, forensic service providers and analysts may be reluctant to make a change that is not mandatory. Next one, limitations of existing systems in place for analysis and documentation. Depending on what methods a forensic service provider use to create and retain documentation, it may or may not be easy to make changes. For example, paper-based documentation is more flexible than a information management system, which any new documentation policies may require changes to the software. Inconsistency between analysts. More documentation is not the only goal. The increase in documentation should be as consistent between analysts and a forensic service provider, as well as between cases for a single analyst. It can be difficult to define required documentation, and there may be a lack of agreement as to what constitutes sufficient documentation. Increase in length of case file/report. The presence of additional documentation would increase the size of the case file and potentially the report, depending on how or where the information is recorded. This naturally results in more information to be reviewed during the technical review. However, this is not necessarily add to the review time. Fear of critique. An analyst may fear the additional justification and reasoning for a decision would then be available to a reviewer, internal or external, end user or fact finder to critique. Well, we're not necessarily the jury, but we're an offshoot of the fact finder jury, and we're questioning and critiquing their work because they don't remember it, or their work does not make sense at all. And that should never be acceptable, especially a death penalty case. I'm pretty sure the mainstream media made it known since the beginning that this could be a death penalty case. But then it wasn't actually confirmed until the prosecutor actually made a motion for it. But I think it was known since the very beginning there was the potential for that. And so in that instance alone, among many others, the documentation should be more than what they did. So, while these barriers may make the implementation of increased documentation more difficult, they are not insurmountable. Possible ways to overcome the challenges described above could include simplifying the process for analysts with the use of drop-down lists in software with commonly used options, checklists with commonly used options, define lists of acronyms, abbreviations used in the case file, making recommendations to software developers on what could aid the documentation process, highlighting the benefits, for example, transparency, assists technical reviewer, aids recall of reasoning in the future, available for external review. Providing pre-printed labels for paper-based systems or quote-unquote stamps for electronic systems to reduce time spent on written documentation, annotating documents electronically, maintaining easily accessible electronic audit records of any changes made during interpretation, for example, artifact labeling change. Training analysts to use the methods chosen by the forensic service provider. It is important to remember that increased documentation and implementation processes to overcome these barriers do not create a system that is immune to human factors. Simply documenting something does not mean that it is correct. For example, if the forensic service provider chooses to use a pre-populated drop-down list during artifact editing, an analyst could be inadvertently selecting the wrong artifact description without realizing it. There could be the risk of automating a process so much that the analyst is critically evaluating and reviewing their own work and decisions. Any new methods being used to increase documentation should be monitored to ensure they are serving their purpose without causing issues or risks to quality of the casework. That was a mouthful. Alright, so Backward Beat says, when have you ever seen a case that doesn't give you a full play-by-play from start to finish? I mean, this is getting ridiculous. It's very true. Backward Beat says, I mean, I've Googled everything, checked out several different scientific sites, and honestly, I could have practically written a playbook on what they should have done. Right? Kibo says, prepared experts seal after seal, lying law enforcement, crime scene, tore down before trial, police with U-Hauls, etc., etc., etc. Right? I mean, like, way to go, Chief Fry. You just represented America and law enforcement by taking evidence, not bagging and tagging evidence from a active crime scene and hauling it away in a U-Haul. That shouldn't even be real life. Alright. Backward Beat says, if I'm the star expert, you bet I am at least speed reading forensics for dummies night before not showing up like a baked potato with the badge. Exactly. That's exactly what I would do too. Yeah. I mean, so ridiculous. So, the next section is called Cognitive Contextual Bias and Impacts on Decision Points in DNA Analysis. A background on how cognitive bias is to be understood in the context of this report can be found in section 2.4, Cognitive Bias. Some aspects of DNA analysis have a greater potential for bias to affect the analyst's ultimate opinion about the DNA results. This chapter focuses primarily on human and cognitive factors as sources of case-specific information contained within the data itself, the reference material, and contextual information. Examples of decision points that may be inappropriately influenced by contextual information are presented in Appendix 3.1. Each decision point corresponds to a decision point in the Organization of Scientific Area Committees for Forensic Science, OSAC. Human Forensic Biology Subcommittees, Human Forensic DNA Analyst Process Map. Okay, so each decision point corresponds to a decision point on OSAC's, standards. And then we have, this is another Human Forensic Biology Subcommittee standards. Okay. Contextual Information Management. The primary example for CIM, Contextual Information Management, method is to shield analysts from task-irrelevant contextual information, or at minimum track the impact of information while ensuring they still have access to information necessary to their task. Methods for contextual information management include linear, sequential unmasking, okay, a context manager model, blind peer review, independent checking. How these methods work in practice is presented in papers that describe contextual information management for forensic service providers based blood stain pattern analysis, firearms examination, and document examination. In addition to these practical strategies, DNA analysis can be strengthened by training in cognitive bias and establishing quality assurance, quality control procedures to mitigate bias. A practical research-based tool that is easily incorporated into training, analysis workflows, and forensic service providers' quality assurance, quality control framework is freely available. For contextual information management procedures to succeed, the forensic service provider first needs to identify information as task relevant or task irrelevant. Many decisions in forensic DNA analysis require contextual or case information for analysts to make accurate and appropriate decisions. For example, information includes the alleged activities for evidence collection personnel to perform appropriate evidence recovery, sampling of relevant items or areas. Relevant contextual information to formulate appropriate propositions, for example, knowledge of consensual partners, DNA profiles of assumed or expected contributors, the possibility of related individuals, involvement or presence in the case DNA or profile, stripping task relevant information from analysts can produce worse outcomes than allowing them to review it and result in uninformed decisions being made within a vacuum. To ensure analysts have access to all useful information while also mitigating potential bias, forensic service providers can employ a case manager to determine the order in which analysts receive information about a case, from the most to least essential or relevant information. The analyst then receives pieces of information in the predetermined order and updates their analyses and decisions accordingly, while clearly documenting the reasons for any changes in their approach or opinions. Determining what task relevant and task irrelevant can vary between types of DNA evidence, cases, and analyses. In addition, some forms of task-irrelevant information cannot be separated from the data needed by the analyst. At times, the very nature of the evidence in question may elicit a particular feeling or response. The circumstances of a case, along with the viewing of disturbing photographs from crime scenes, have been shown to affect fingerprint comparisons. Subsequent decisions may be influenced by the context in which the evidence is presented. Consider examining an elderly victim's underwear for semen in SA cases, or a child's clothing or blood in an unalive case. These situations may elicit more of an emotional response than sampling a bottle of water left in a stolen vehicle. Table 3.2 provides examples of task-relevant and task-irrelevant information that forensic service providers could consider when using contextual information management protocols. Information that is relevant to one task will not be relevant during other tasks. For example, the time between the alleged activity and evidence collection is not relevant when determining NOC, but it may be relevant when determining which items to test first. Some information will not be relevant for any DNA analysis task and should be avoided. For example, the fact that a person of interest was identified through CCTV footage has no relevance to a DNA analyst. All right, here's table 3.2. A non-exhaustive examples of generally task-relevant and task-irrelevant information associated with different tasks within an analytic process. Exceptions will exist depending on the case circumstances. All right, so what do we have? The task. Case assessment. Examples. Details connecting the item to the crime scene or perpetrator. Okay. Task. Sample item selection. Examples. Time between the alleged activity and events collection. So that is task relevant. Right. Especially if you have trace transfer DNA, it could be critical you get to it fast, or I guess there's blood drying patterns and you can tell time with that. All right, and then another task is preparation formula energy deconvolution. Deconvolution, that's when you separate the samples from a mixture. Like, it sounds like, a lot of times the victim's blood is mixed with the perpetrator's. So you would deconvolute those so you could find out who the perpetrator is by taking away the known DNA from the victim. That would be deconvolution. So, preposition formulation and deconvolution. Relevant tasks for this information would be persons of interest in possession of or with access to the item, where an item was recovered, prior consensual partner reported, if an individual had legitimate access to the scene or item, the possibility of relatives on scene, the possibility of a relative by a person of interest. Okay, and so considering everything over here that we just read, here are examples of task irrelevant information that an analyst doesn't really need to do the scientific work, the technical work. The victim appeared unemotional during essay examination. Person of interest, previous criminal history. Person of interest confessed to crime. Persons of interest appearance. The person of interest was identified from CCTV images. Third-party witness accounts of events. Those are all not relevant for the DNA analyst to do their job. That's the type of thing that I feel like the mainstream media should be talking about, but instead they're trying to lump it all together. The many sources of information, the disparate impacts that bias can have at each step in the process, and the need for analysts to have some, but not all information to perform their task means that there is no one-size-fits-all strategy for addressing cognitive bias in forensic DNA interpretation. Instead, a more nuanced approach is needed, and forensic service providers should consider their individual workflows and processes to determine what might be appropriate mitigation strategies to fit their needs. Forensic service providers should develop contextual information management policies and procedures, and they should document adherence to these. Documentation could include checklists, audit trails, sign-off sheets, and having the case manager document the information that was removed. All right, here's a fun blue box. It says Recommendation 3.3. Forensic science service providers should assess their processes to identify potential sources of bias in the interpretation and comparison of DNA evidence. Forensic science service providers should implement written policies and procedures to mitigate those sources of bias. Understanding upstream and downstream effects, variability, repeatability, and reliability of the data can have significant impact on the value of evidence. For example, the DNA fragments in low template samples may not amplify reliability. Well, I'm hearing some key words. You guys, Heather, welcome. Sheep bait, long time, good to see you. Marion, welcome, Marion. Baked potato with a badge. Yeah, Heather, did you see this? They're talking about a baked potato with a badge. Let's see here. Oh, I would love to come on your show, Sheik Babe. Thank you. Let's plan something. Oh, Sheik Babe's recording. Okay. Okay. So, everybody, I heard some key words in here. So, I don't know if you guys want to pay attention to this one. Understanding upstream and downstream effects. Variability, repeatability, and reliability of the data can have significant impact on the value of evidence. For example, the DNA fragments in low template samples may not amplify reliably. Ding, ding, ding. For example, the DNA fragments in low template samples may not amplify reliably. Since each forensic service provider holds stewardship over their own standards of operating procedures, each conducts their own validations to determine what standards of operating procedures or technology to implement. If the standard operating procedure of one forensic service provider, for example, includes conditions for increased sensitivities, for example, increased injection times, that are substantially different than another, then the same minor component may be detected in one forensic service provider but not in another. Another example is when forensic service providers have differing target amplification amounts. These simple examples highlight the interplay between the number of amplifiable DNA molecules, the forensic service provider procedures, the results, and how the results can vary between forensic service providers by virtue of forensic service provider or procedural decisions rather than by virtue of their interpretive practices. So we talked a little bit about this yesterday, where we talked about the stoic line, where that is like a glaring line. Some labs, and I guess it depends on what case they're working, they will employ the safe approach where they won't go near the stochastic line. There are other labs that will go past the stochastic line and they have different cutoff points of how far they will go down. But it's all different. Yes, and they also have different targeting amounts of how many times you amplify using the PCR, because there's so many things that go into like looking at this teeny tiny genetic material. So yeah, it's sort of standard, and I think labs are becoming more standardized, but a lot of them still have all different procedures. Oh look, we're going to talk about Australia. This is awesome because Australia, they're leading the world in translating secondary trace transfer DNA and the how and the why questions. So this will be very informative if this article is referencing Australia. So this is one of those fun call-out boxes. So this is call-out box 3.2. It says, DNA testing in Queensland, a call against the silo effect. Oh, I haven't heard of the silo effect. Let me know if you've heard about this silo effect. We're all going to learn something new here. Here we go. The unaliving of Sandy Blackburn played an integral part in exposing the failing of Queensland's forensic DNA laboratory, leading to a Queensland Commission of Inquiry. The Commission of Inquiry determined that the methods, systems, and processes the laboratory used did not, in many ways, measure up to best practices established in DNA and forensic DNA testing. It is thought that Queensland Forensic DNA Laboratory System had focused more on throughput and quick reporting than examining the scientific quality of the results being reported. In Queensland Forensic DNA Laboratory structure, the different processes, for example, evidence collection, analytical processing, interpretation and reporting, and database upload, were siloed into separate and individual practices that operated apart from one another. In this structure, analysts proceeded without any case context through the establishment of a work list system and sampling system work list. The final report, Commission of Inquiry into Forensic DNA Testing in Queensland, identifies more than 100 recommendations, but there are three main areas where contextual information would have allowed analysts to use their judgment to determine if results were in concordance with their expectation. For example, a swab from a pool of blood should yield an interpretable DNA profile. In many cases with Queensland Forensic DNA Laboratory, it did not, and there were no contextual checks or balances to identify this problem. Three areas where the silo effect can lack contextual information failed the system include: 1. Analytical sampling processing. Sample testing proceeded in a work list system with no contextual information provided to the analyst. In the system without contextual information, many unnecessary samples were being fully tested, and other vital samples were being shelved to aid in faster turnaround times. 2. Quantitation cutoffs. Samples that yielded a concentration below 0.0088 were not transferred from the analytical processing team to the interpretation and reporting team in their work list. Thus, no reporting analysts ever saw the quantitative results or that these samples were processed. In this event, there were samples that should have returned a result given the nature of the biological sample material from which they were derived, and the low concentration should have raised concern with analysts. However, these samples were never reviewed by the reporting analysts. Additionally, samples that would be expected to yield a considerable amount of DNA, for example, swabs collected from a pool of blood, failed to pass the quantitation cutoff. But without contextual information, the analyst was unaware of the intuitive expectation. Three, interpreting and technical review. Within a case, each of the individual samples may be interpreted and reviewed by multiple analysts, meaning every case file was the combination of half a dozen or more minds, with each sample having a primary interpreting analyst and different technical review analysts. If a statement for court needed to be made, it could be yet another analyst's opinion. This led to an increase in disagreements in previous views and confusion and frustration on the part of law enforcement investigators. Additionally, an entire case review by one reporting analyst only took place if all samples had to be collected into a report for court, which only occurred in approximately 10% of cases. The failure to cohesively review the case file in its entirety exacerbated the previous issues where samples were not yielded expected results based on the nature of the biological material from which they were derived. The Queensland case is a stark example of multiple systems failing to ensure the quality of science required by the legal system. And these failures reported in the Commission of Inquiry it should be noted that there were analysts that tried to speak out against the silo effect within the structure of the Queensland Forensic DNA Laboratory, and who pointed out scientific inadequacies and problems. It should also be noted within this report that there were many indications of where issues within the Queensland Forensic DNA Laboratory were not dealt with in a way that demonstrated a focus on quality assurance. This example highlights some of the risks of removing necessary contextual information within a case. Oh, here's a blue box. Recommendation 3.4. Forensic science service providers should evaluate and understand the impact that procedural decisions have on DNA results and their interpretation. With this knowledge, DNA analysts should be able to understand the effect certain treatments will have on downstream decisions, outcomes within the DNA analysis flow. So interpreting DNA is, a lot of it is about the systems in place and I guess how to run a laboratory and how a laboratory is in a larger system that has to interact with law enforcement and the legal system, the prosecution, the defense. So it's a lot more than just saying, okay, here's biological material. There's a lot of checks and balances that go in for the purposes of documentation and also to catch issues like that from the Queensland laboratory, DNA laboratory. And I think it was a lot of it, they eventually realized there was a problem, but I think they did document enough that they were able to do a study from it. So it's really amazing that DNA interpretation it's actually a lot more involved than just looking in a microscope and giving that genetic material a mathematical number that goes into a software and says, okay, we're identifying that person. There's a lot of other system approaches that are surrounding that. And apparently these system approaches, they are meant to protect a lot of things and so that other people can come in and review and see the decisions and the type of documentation that was made for that genetic material or the crime that happened. So this is amazing that there's definitely, this component, which I think Ann Taylor she was attacking it, as she should, because when these laboratories or law enforcement, they stray from these standards of procedures or these types of systems, that's when errors can occur, and they don't want these errors to occur, and they're probably environments where they are occurring and we don't know yet. But eventually, I think, hopefully, some of these errors will be seen, and in the meantime, they are trying to work within these systems to make sure that their work is accurate. I mean, it sounds like they're trying. So I guess these labs have to keep practicing to make sure that their methods are accurate with a lot of these systems that they put in place. So it's also a bit odd, now that I think about it, that the FBI just kind of put something in a database. I think that's a bigger issue. I know we knew it was a really big issue, but it might even be bigger than that because they didn't use any of these systems that we're learning about here. And, in this field, they like these systems so that they can avoid error and try to be as accurate as possible. And this goes into identification. So I just saw your comment come through, Twiz, so I don't know if you were previously frozen, but I see you now. later, y'all. Bye, Too Fast for Fleas. Backward Beat says, skin cells and blood? That's like trying to separate salt from soup. What are you really amplifying? A human sludge. I think it's good. Your cam froze, I think. Okay, so if my cam froze, could you still hear me reading? Oh, Kiva, you say ISO standard certification. Oh, this should be fun to read. This is less, I think, about systems and more about actually looking at the DNA. So this one should be fun. Can you guys hear or see me? I can see myself. It looks like I'm here. Oh, I do only have one bar. I don't know. Eyes, analyst, exposure. Eyes, analyst, exposure. Eyes, analyst, exposure. I don't know. Is it stuck? For an analyst and other entities needed. Yeah, I think I'm here. Oh, yeah. Can you guys hear and see me, or is it just too difficult to follow? Like, because of the connection. Okay, well, I lost a bunch of people. So, generating a DNA profile and determining suitability for interpretation. A forensic service provider's validated workflow of the interpretation process will not always be as linear as human forensic DNA analysis process maps depict. The various factors at play are numerous decision points in all forensic service providers collectively contribute to the final report result. The extent to which interlaboratory variations impacts conclusions is hard to characterize, but attempts to so have been and continue to be made. The following sections discuss factors and decisions points that contribute to the current variability across the forensic service providers, for example, methods of NOC assessment, interpretation approaches. Some factors may influence whether an allele is detected. For example, input template, number of PCR cycles. Oh, good. Thank you, Don. Okay. Other factors relate to how detected DNA is handled. For example, applying an analytical threshold, filtering artifacts, assessing NOC. As profiles increase in complexity, more advanced tools are needed to assess interpretation suitability. Forensic service providers should be able to provide specific guidelines for how to assess suitability, reduce variability in substantial assessments, and improve the quality of mixture interpretations. Doing so across forensic service providers using PGS is especially important as the rules of the software-based approaches may be misunderstood as removing all previously recognized sources of variability and bias. Generating EPG. The DNA analysis process begins with the decision of which items to select for testing. From there, DNA is extracted and quantified prior to its amplification through PCR. Following amplification, the DNA is separated via capillary electrophoresis, CE, and a raw data output file is generated, which may then be converted to a readable file by a DNA analysis software program. Yep. Oh, the wind. I don't know if you can hear the wind. It's been so windy, I'm surprised I'm still hopping on a hot spot. The wind hasn't blown it out. Okay. Amplified DNA fragments are displayed as a series of peaks arranged according to size. Generally, the higher the peak, represented by a relative fluorescent units, the more DNA was detected. The chance of detecting a particular allele will be influenced by the following: the number of cells or DNA molecules collected, volume or concentration of DNA extract used for amplification, analytical threshold. DNA analysis programs, software programs that aid in the generation of the EPG to be interpreted using sizing information to call and label detected fragments as alleles for each genetic location or STR marker targeted during amplification. At this step, the analyst software may also flag peaks as potentially non-allelic or artifactual. In displaying the organizing and detection DNA fragments, the analyst software ultimately generates the EPG complete with labels. Once the EPG is generated and the analyst or software system edits the data to determine what is displayed, for example, allele assignment, artifact flags, allele peak height, stutter labels. By retaining, removing, and adding information, downstream interpretations and deconvolutions will be affected by what peak information is retained or removed, and could be influenced by what labels or edits are displayed and easily viewable to the analyst or reviewers. Some interpretation systems will apply an analytical threshold, which removes the peak labels that fall below a certain RFU. Although these peaks are unlabeled, they are still visible, and the peak height and allele sizing information is still accessible to the analyst. ATs are amplified to avoid interpreting noise as a true allele, but the binary classification discards information. Some interpretation software systems model noise directly. They can be used without setting a validation at AT. So here we go. We have a call-out box 3.3, setting appropriate ATs. Ideally, the forensic service provider DNA analysis and interpretation systems produces sensitive and specific results as shown through internal validation. Oh no. No. All right, so what is an AT? An AT is a RFU value which peaks on the EPG are not readily distinguished from noise and therefore are not labeled by the analyst software. This is the height that validation testing indicates is really the result of noise. Peaks below the AT are more typical of noise than of alleles. So here's the analytical threshold. Minimum threshold peak detection and allele calling. Yeah, everything's really blurry under this analytical threshold. It's all jumbled. You can't see them as clearly as you can see these clearly. Then when you get down here, you can't. Okay. How the AT is derived. The AT, which is the analytical threshold, should be set to mitigate labeling of noise rather than to minimize detection of artifacts. Noise is random and can be located anywhere along the x-axis of the EPG without regard to the position of other peaks. Artifacts, in contrast, are often systematically detected in the same location as other peaks. For example, pull-up artifacts align with allele peaks of another color channel, while dye artifacts are in the same location across profiles. Analytical thresholds may have a uniform value across all dyes or may be dye-specific. Risk of assigning an extreme analytical threshold. The analytical threshold is the signal threshold that is typically determined by evaluating the signal and testifies for regions of an EPG where analysts do not anticipate signal from DNA artifacts. The higher the analytical threshold, the higher the chance that an allele will be missed. The lower the analytical threshold, the greater risk of non-alleles being true signals. Methods that can help in deciding how to balance this trade-off include inspection of detection error trade-off and receiver operating curves. Data should visually observed under the analytical threshold be used? Well, should data visually observed under the analytical threshold be used? The forensic service provider should also consider that their analytical thresholds may be set too high for the data being analyzed. If the analytical threshold is set well above the limit of detection, it may not be directly correlated to the baseline noise of the instrument in use, and it would be worth reassessing at the analytical threshold and how it is being used within the forensic service provider. If the analytical threshold is required by a forensic service provider, It is usually because the concurrent interpretation system does not model noise directly. Many forensic service providers using an analytical threshold and narrowly assigning NOC are influenced by the observation of visible peaks below their established analytical thresholds. But the purpose of an analytical threshold is to standardize interpretations at a desired trade-off between false negative and false positive risks. A properly set analytical threshold by definition means that only peaks observed above the analytical threshold are appropriate for interpretation. Yeah, this analytical threshold sounds like the stochastic one. Wait, recommendations 3.5. Forensic science service providers should validate and apply analysis setting and laboratory procedures that generate categorize as much informative data as possible with the available instrumentation and technology. Suitable considerations. Based on the EPG analysis, may decide that a profile or a portion of it is suitable for interpretation. Suitability is based on factors such as DNA quantity, the number of alleles, allelic peak height ratios, reproducibility of replicates, percent contribution, template amount for forensic service providers using PGS, the possibility of dropout, and ambiguity I can't related to NOC. One study reported that 90% of their participants use a maximum NOC as a part of their suitability assignment. By only interpreting components of mixtures, forensic service providers may increase the number of samples suitable for interpretation. For instance, when interpreting an entire profile, a forensic service provider may have a suitability cap of 4 contributors. However, interpreting only certain components of a 5 or 6 person mixture may be permissible. It should be clearly documented in the case which file components are being interpreted and used for comparison. Statistical models and associated software are also available to interpret components of higher order mixtures. Forensic service providers that parse out suitable components of mixtures will then report the results of their person of interest comparisons for only components deemed interpretable. The criteria used to isolate only components of a mixture for interpretation should be clear in the forensic service providers' standard operation procedures to minimize inconsistencies in interpretation. The method should be thoroughly validated and tested, and different analysts should be tasked with applying the established method to the same set of mixture profiles to determine what, if any, variation in conclusion exists. A standard operating procedure needs to be clear at perspective to guide analysts when making suitable decisions. Limited discrimination potential of a profile or deconvoluted genotypes can lead to the inclusion of non-contributors. This possibility should be explored and characterized during mixture validation studies, regardless of the method of interpretation. When such a profile is compared to a person of interest, the potential for erroneous or misleading conclusion may be considered too great. Software-based methods that compare the forensic profile to a set of profiles is simulated true. Donors and non-contributors, for example, database likelihood ratio, or true donors and non-donor likelihood ratio distributions, can aid analysts when determining profile suitability. They may also help to promote consistency among analysts and the forensic service providers. Analysts should make profile suitability determinations prior to viewing a person of interest profile to reduce the bias potential the reference profile may have. However, in some instances, the complexity and therefore suitability of a profile is not fully realized until a statistical analysis has been completed. For example, likelihood ratios larger than 1 are expected to occur for first-order relatives due to the sharing of alleles rather than because the relatives have truly contributed to the mixture. When this occurs, the results from statistical analysis with and without conditioning on related contributors may need to be evaluated. The DNA analyst should evaluate multiple sets of propositions. The forensic service provider may deem the sample unsuitable for interpretation based on which reference profiles are available and whether conditioning on or assuming the presence of a certain combination of contributors is possible or beneficial. The case notes should reflect the point at which a profile was deemed unsuitable and should clearly state the reasoning behind the decision. So we should have reasons why those other blood DNA profiles were quote unquote unsuitable for any reason. Factors that increase the complexity of interpretation lead to more variability in the interpretation and the judgments of suitability and outcomes of comparisons. All right, we have a fun call-out box. Factors that contribute to the complexity and challenging nature of DNA profiles. NOC. Generally, as NOC increases, so too does the complexity of challenging nature of the interpretation. Peak height imbalances could indicate additional contributors or reflect low quantity or quality of the amplified input template. This may also indicate a potential mixture of first-order relatives. However, case information will often be necessary to elucidate this. Low levels of starting material or degraded template leads to a larger peak height imbalance, higher levels of allelic dropout, and higher expressions of stutter. Preferential amplification may also occur. Yeah, this is what I'm afraid of right here. Low levels of starting material or degraded template. So because it's trace, there's already low levels of material. And the surface it was claimed to be on and how long it was on there, it would have been degraded. So it's got both of these. And when you have minute amount like they claim they have, it can lead to larger peak height imbalance, higher levels of the allelic dropout, and higher expressions of stutter. So we learned about stutter Thursday. Stutter is a fiber that is masked and looks like an allele, but it's not, it's a fiber. Because you're looking at things that are so small, sometimes you can't tell the difference between genetic material and a fiber. So that's stutter. And I guess like if you have frayed material or a ripped piece of paper, it distorts that piece of paper. It's not a clear cut anymore. And so you can have allelic drop in and drop out, and it will distort the DNA results. So, and you can also amplify tiny amounts too much that also change the results. And so the next thing here that says allele uncertainty. Trace contributors may fall in the same allele peak height range as stutter and artificial peaks. See, this is an issue too, because it's trace. And so they're going to have incorrect peak height balance ranges that are actually stutter and not alleles at all, and artificial peaks. Appropriate references for conditioning and interpretation may be lacking. For example, known contributors, elimination references, stochastic effects, degradation, and inhibition impact allele peak heights and heterozygote peak height balance. Microvariants and primer building site mutations may be difficult to confirm without additional testing. For example, replicate amplifications sequencing. Examples of questions that may assist in establishing the complexity of a DNA profile include: what is the quality or quantity of the DNA present? Should relatives be considered? Should conditioning on an assumed contributor be used? Is there any ambiguity regarding the assigned NOC? How resolvable are the different mixture components? Here's a blue box. Recommendation 3.6. To reduce the variability in how DNA analysts determine profile suitability, forensic science service providers should validate, set, implement, and routinely reassess suitable boundaries. Okay, this sounds fun. Setting expectations based on sample type. It is important for analysts to be cognizant of the upstream decisions that were made prior to generation of the EPG. These decisions may impact not only the profile, but also the expectation for the sample. So common expectations are: a full DNA profile will be developed if a sufficient amount of DNA is present in the sample. A partial DNA profile with allelic dropout will be obtained if degradation or inhibition has been indicated. So they definitely have a partial at the most. A mixture of at least 2 contributors will be obtained based on quantitation data and the ratio of the male to autosomal DNA detected based on quantitation data, and a single source DNA profile will be obtained from a known reference sample. In these examples, the expectations are grounded in empirical validation data and quantitation results. When the DNA does not meet these expectations, the results serve to alert the analyst that a potential issue exists that may influence downstream analysis and results. For example, if a mixture profile was obtained from a reference sample, the analyst may proceed to resample or obtain another reference. Case information provided by the submitting party can also have an impact on the analyst's expectations about the evidence. If a sample is labeled as blood, the analyst might expect that profile will be from a single source. The analyst may be more willing to call a disputed peak high stutter, thus removing it from the profile, and not evaluate the DNA profile as a mixture. Alternatively, analysts may expect certain specimens to be mixtures. For example, samples taken from firearms, based on their previous experience with similar items. The context in which a person of interest profile is received can influence the interpretation process in suitable ways. For example, the comparison of a mixture profile to a person of interest profile may be influenced by its characterization. For example, the complainant's consensual partner. The analyst may attribute little value to whether the elimination reference is represented in the mixture profile. Conversely, analysts may expand greater time and effort for interpretations and comparisons they have deemed important. I just had a thought. I lost it. Oh yeah, so the context around the DNA sample that law enforcement was obtaining about in the trash, like, did the analyst know that the sample from the trash came all the way from Pennsylvania and the police had quote unquote chased the person of interest across the country? Because I feel like even though those things are blown way out of proportion by the mainstream media, because the person of interest was driving home for the holidays with his dad, but you can add some excitement to that. So, like, is that more of a bias or incentive to be like, yeah, these samples match? Like, I don't know. There's something to be said for that, but I'm not sure what. So, the findings from other samples within the case, or merely knowing that a person of interest profile from a suspect is available for comparison, may contribute to the effort to make an association. The influence may be as subtle as changing the assigned NOC by 1. However, that change may determine or alter suitability. The nature of the association and the statistical value assigned to the results. Hold on, I gotta. Okay. So I don't know what the NOC stands for, and I don't want to lose my spot. So I'm going to open it in a new window and see if I can assign the NOC. Let me see if I can go up. Didn't we looked at those before, right? Oh, number of contributors. Awesome. All right, so let me show you this real quick. So NOC, I read that a few times. You probably can't see this one, it's not as big. So NOC, we've been reading that, and it is the assignment of number of contributors. Cool. All right, that was good. So now we can come back here. Heather says it's literally the opposite of being on the run, right? Kibo says trace touch DNA is not exactly something you'd want to bet somebody else's life on. Exactly. Okay. So the influence may be as subtle as changing the assigned number of contributors by 1. However, the change may determine or alter suitability. The nature of the association and the statistical value assigned to the results. Spending extra time and effort on comparisons that may be important is not necessarily problematic. However, when borderline suitability decisions might well be influenced by potentially biasing information, the forensic service provider should take extra long steps to review such decisions. For example, blind peer review. Thank you, Kibo. Oh, look, Kibo has it. Kibo says NOC equals number of contributors. Thank you for looking that up. I'm going to leave your comment up there for a little while because we've been seeing a bunch of NOC and I wasn't connecting it. So, editing the EPG artifact determination with or without an analytical threshold. Review of an EPG is necessary to determine if any labeled peaks are potentially non-allelic. Non-allelic peaks are often referred to as artifacts. Artifacts may be inherent in the amplified product and therefore reproducible. For example, stutter and non-specific amplification products. Or they may be introduced by the instrument and therefore not reproducible. For example, spikes. So you could have stutter, which is the fiber that can look like a peak or a lobeal. And if you're amplifying it, you're copying, I think, and blowing it up. And so you're going to carry along the artificial artifact of the stutter. That's not genetic material, and that's going to be reproduced in all of your amplifications. And what was I reading? I forget what I was reading, but sometimes these labs are dirty, so like a dust could like block a spot, and then it could just be absorbed as somebody who's looking at it might think it's actually part of the profile. You know, there's something as little as like dust could take someone's life away. Something smaller than dust, actually. It's terrible. It should be outlawed. This trace transfer DNA, I don't think should be used for conviction at all. I think it should be used for exoneration and the missing. It's strictly for them. So, to prevent a person of interest reference profile from influencing artifact determinations, the analyst should assess, edit, and document edits of the EPG prior to comparisons. Establishing criteria for the interpretation of non-allelic peaks is necessary since the decision to designate a questioned peak as an artifact influences downstream interpretation. Forensic service providers often establish criteria for artifact assignment during the validation of a new typing kit or instrument. Typically, they use pristine DNA that produces high-quality profiles. Assessing and identifying non-allelic peaks or artifacts in casework samples is often more difficult than in validation and training. Furthermore, subtle variations in artifacts across different lot numbers of the same STR typing kit platform may be observed. Subtle variation artifacts. A manufacturer's new reagent lot may generate different non-allelic peaks. The characteristic behaviors of some artifacts can aid in the classification of peaks or allelic or non-allelic. For example, stutter is a well-known described byproduct of amplification. Okay, so they have procedures in place to be able to identify stutter, and I'm sure some of that is programmed into these programs, the software that they use. They probably have a stutter estimator or whatever. When you input information about the material, it probably has some estimations. So, in contrast to other artifacts, every EPG will contain apparent stutter peaks, and their shape is often indistinguishable from that of true alleles. Depending on whether the forensic service provider uses a manual probabilistic approach for mixture interpretation Stutter peaks may or may not be removed when editing EPG. Forensic service providers may also use a hybrid approach in which stutter peaks are visually filtered on the EPG, but the data from those peaks are still used for downstream interpretation. Okay. Appropriate stutter thresholds or models are critical because stutter peaks can be mistaken for allelic ones. The improper handling of stutter and other artifacts has the potential to cause false inclusions or exclusions. Forensic service providers should strive for consistency when designating whether a peak is artifactual. In addition, manufacturers of STR typing kits should strive for consistency throughout production of commercial kits. So let's put in here stutter allelic peak. See, we can get a picture of like what that looks like. Okay. All right. Oh, typically unique. Welcome. Good to see you. So, Kibo says, military court doesn't allow trace DNA in its cases, I heard. You're correct. They believe it's too unreliable. Twist says, yeah, trace DNA sucks. Typically. Alright, let me see if I can zoom in on this so you guys can see it. Okay. Is that bigger? Yeah, it's a little better. So, a stutter allelic peak is a minor peak that appears in a DNA electrophoregram one or more repeat units away from a main allele. Stutter peaks are a type of PCR artifact that can occur during the amplification of short tandem repeat STRs. How stutter peaks occur. The polymerase can lose its place when copying a strand of DNA. One repeat unit temporarily disassociates or slips away from the template strand. When a polymerase reassociates to the two strands, it mispairs and two strands by one repeat unit. Stutter peak characteristics. Stutter peaks are small peaks that occur immediately before and after a real peak. Stutter rates differ on the allelic level and with the parental peak height. Stutter is thought to occur due to slipped strand mispairings during the amplification process. Stutter peaks are especially important in forensic casework with DNA mixtures. All right. Ooh, estimating stutter rates for YSTR alleles. I'm going to open that in a new tab. Definitely want to look at that. All right, so then this is a picture. Ooh, this is going to be a good picture. Uh-oh. All right, we can read that too. Where? Okay, let's see if you guys can see this picture. Typically unique says, I need DNA training. And then Twist says, so does ISP, Ortham, and FBI perhaps. Yeah, they all need it. Alright. Can I make this bigger? Okay, maybe I have to. Okay. Yeah. One minor allele was stutter position. So, a minor contributor profile. Minor contributor profile. Okay. So, traditional PCR, and then the photo type. Okay. A 4.1 profile mixture. These look so close. Oh my god. My phone just scared me. A 9 mixture. Pangea is not the first to try and solve this problem. For nearly 4 decades, scientists have tried many strategies to eliminate stutter in STR analysis, changing buffers, adjusting concentrations, modifying protocols, and much more. Despite these efforts, reliable elimination of stutter remained elusive, leading many to believe it was an unavoidable artifact of STR analysis. Okay, so figure 1 shows how the reduced stutter polymerase on the right, over here, eliminates the confounding stutter artifacts found in the data from the traditional PCR left and the SE33 locus. Wow. So, looking at DNA profile, we can clearly see these peaks. Look at these like little peaks. How are you supposed to really distinguish these little things? I don't know. That's okay. This says, what is stutter? Forensic DNA analysis is based on the amplification and detection of short tandem repeats, or STRs. STRs are DNA segments where short sequences of bases are repeated multiple times. The number of repeats at each locus varies among individuals, allowing analysts to create unique genetic profile by analyzing several loci. Polymerase chain reaction, or PCR, is used to amplify each specific STR locus for analysis. During PCR, Taq polymerase sometimes slips on the DNA template, resulting in stutter, a short DNA product with one or fewer repeats than the original. When the sample is separated by a capillary electrophoresis, the electrophoregram will peaks representing the number of repeats at each locus in the sample. Due to polymerase slippage, small stutter peaks may also appear, representing one or more repeats shorter, occasionally longer, than the actual DNA sequence. Stutter is not usually an issue with DNA from a single source individual, and analysts can easily filter out the small stutter peaks from a large allele peaks. However, in mixed samples, such as a swab from a public surface, DNA from multiple contributors may be present. In these cases, distinguishing true alleles from stutter artifacts can be critical. Forensic DNA analysts must sort through these small peaks to filter out those caused by stutter. This process is challenging, time-consuming, and sometimes ambiguous, yet essential for accurate criminal casework. So, Promagia is not the first to try and solve this problem. For nearly 4 decades, scientists have tried many strategies to eliminate stutter in STR analysis. Changing buffers, adjusting concentrations, modifying protocols, and much more, despite the efforts of reliable elimination of stutter remained elusive, leading many to believe it was an unavoidable artifact of STR analysis. When Promagia researchers, took on this challenge several years ago, the focus on the enzyme itself, they questioned whether it might be possible to engineer polymerase that does not slip, like Taq polymerase. Their approach involved 2 main stages of enzyme design. First, the team examined the protein structure of Taq and incorporated a segment of polymerase found in T7, a bacteriophage that infects E. coli. This piece, called the TBD, binds a protein called thyrodoxin, which increases T7 DNA polymerase's affinity to the template DNA strand. The enzyme design team synthesized many iterations of their construct and passed each one to Nick Courtney in the genetic identity group to run STR samples and analyze the results. For a long time, their attempts failed, notably reduced stutter. Though one day, just to try something wild, they decided to flood the sample with huge surplus of thyrodoxin, way more than they ever had added before. Nick ran the samples overnight on the Spectrum CE system. When he looked at the data the next morning, he was shocked. They had achieved an 85% reduction in stutter. Pushing it further, achieving an 85% reduction was a groundbreaking result, but the team wanted to push the limits of what they could accomplish. They engineered the thyrodoxin into the Taq-TBD construct that eliminated the need for adding excess thyrodoxin to the sample. Then, to further optimize the enzyme, they employed a machine learning model to redefine the amino acid sequence of the polymerase construct. This program works the same as the predictive text algorithm in your phone's messaging app. When presented with a sequence of words, such as once upon a blank, the predictive text algorithm will analyze everything it knows to find the word most likely to come next. In this case, time may be the logical choice, but poetry readers may have a strong case for midnight dreary. Once upon a midnight dreary. Ah. When working with proteins, instead of predicting words, the model predicts amino acids, trained on millions of known protein sequences. The model determines which amino acid is most likely to come next in the sequence to achieve the desired effects, in this case, reducing slippage and stutter. Well, that's interesting. Major and minor. Okay. The team put their sequence through the model, tested various mutations, and combined those that further reduced stutter. The end result was tenfold reduction in stutter artifacts, making them undetectable against baseline instrument noise. In short, stutter is gone. Okay. Why does it matter? David's presentation blew away the crowd at the ISHE, I think that's pronounced, at ISHE, which I think is like a convention. Lots of forensic scientists and scientists go. They have speakers and stuff. Okay. In a feedback survey, attendees described the massive time savings and data quality improvements this technology would bring to forensic labs. Beyond the lab, this technology holds major implications for the courtroom in legal cases. Stutter introduces a margin of uncertainty in DNA evidence, which can be exploited by either side. Ooh. By virtually eliminating stutter, DNA evidence becomes more straightforward and reliable, reducing the risk of wrongful convictions or acquittals. Okay. To learn more about this technology, watch our video interview with Genetic Identity and R&D Director Bob McLaren. Reduced stutter polymerase was also featured in this article here. Okay. Well, that was a good little detour. Learned a little bit about stutter. And that was written in 2024, a year ago. So that wasn't that long ago that they learned a technique. Okay, so I wanted to take a look at this. I am Lex. Welcome. Predictive guessing, right, Kibo? Just like predictive texting. They're predictively guessing. Okay. Backward beat says stutter only usually occurs during the amplification process when the enzyme copying the DNA slips while replicating an effective STR region. It could either add or delete a repeated leading to peaks. Thank you for that information. Backward Beats also says it's said to be a normal part of STR analysis. Each scientist accounts for, I assume, when interpreting a DNA profile. Yeah, I think you're right. Did I miss one? Backward Beat says forensic analysis used known stutter thresholds specific to each loci to determine if peak is a stutter or a true allele. Okay. I am Lux says nobody should be put to death over predictive algorithms. I agree. Thank you, Backward Beats, for that information. That is great information. And then I am Lux says, I don't think science is ready for prime time. No. There's so many ways it can go wrong. True. All right. So this made me think of Miss Potts. So I just by trying to find a starter pick so we could look at it, this came up in the search results. I was quickly checking for Urshat. Urshat, he's like in all of the good scholarly journals. He's like, I don't know, is he like the modern day DNA Godfather guy? Okay, so this is titled Estimating Stutter Rates for YSTR Alleles. Abstract. Stutter peaks are artifacts that arise during PCR application of short chain of repeats. Stutter peaks are especially important in forensic casework with DNA mixtures. The aim of the study was primarily to estimate the stutter rates of the Amplify STR Y filer kit, we found that stutter rates differ at allelic levels with the parental peak height. So, introduction. Stutter peaks are artifacts that arise during PCR amplification of short tandem repeats that are highly polymorphic. Genetic markers commonly used in forensic genetics. Stutter peaks are especially important in forensic casework when DNA mixtures are analyzed. To analyze mixtures properly, good estimates of stutter rates, stutter peak height, divided with parental peak height, must be available. The aim of the study was 1. To estimate stutter rates of the amplified STR-Y filer kit applied to biosystems. 2. To investigate the stutter rates at allelic level. And 3. To test if the stutter rate changed with the parental peak height. Okay. So the conclusions is very short. Stutter rates differ on allelic level, hence one stutter rate per locus is not optimal. Stutter rates seem to increase with the numbers of YSTR repeats, as seen in Table 1. Applied biosystems recommended stutter filter rates seem to be too high in general, which can cause problems in analyzing DNA mixtures. Table 1 also shows remembering that stutter rate is stutter peak height divided by parental peak height, that intercepts need to be included in the model because of the stutter rate. Okay, well, where's the table? Did I miss it? Oh, I just thought of something. I remember I was reading about it one day. It was called ghost DNA. I was like, that is awesome. Okay, well, they don't have the table available for us to look at. So, okay. Well, now I'm curious. I really thought they had ghost DNA. Yeah, see, it's big. I don't know why I just thought of this. Oh, right. You ever learn about ghost DNA? Yeah. Well, based on algorithms, a lot of pointing the finger. Yeah, backwards is writing lyrics right in the chat. That's really funny. Okay, so ghost DNA is a term used to describe DNA in modern humans that comes from an unknown ancestor. Scientists have found ghost DNA in West Africans, Han Chinese people, and some Westerners. How was ghost DNA discovered? Scientists analyzed DNA from hundreds of people in Nigeria and Sierra Leone. They used statistical model to identify DNA chunks that likely come from an unknown population. they found that the DNA was not associated with Neanderthals or Denisovans. These Denisovans are absolutely fascinating. If you have not looked into them, they are incredible. And the Denisovans, so they broke the Neanderthal genome. So we have that one. I don't know if we have the last time I was reading about the Denisovans, they didn't have their full genome, but they found blocks of their DNA that had some of this ghost DNA. So we know what the Neanderthals look like, we know what the Denisovans look like, but they have a contributing ancestor to their DNA that we don't really know a lot about, but we have the blocks of their DNA because they're in what we found for the Denisovans. The Denisovans, they're named Denisovan because I think Denisovan is a place in Russia, or is it Germany? I think it's Russia. Could it be Germany? I think it's a cave. So they named it. They named this bone. It's like a pinky bone that they found, and they were able to find the ghost DNA. Well, they found the Denisovans' DNA, and when they did that, they could see the ghost ancestor. So those are really cool. The Denisovans just like fascinating so much. So what does ghost DNA indicate? The DNA indicates that the archaic human population interbred with early humans in West Africa. The interbreeding may have occurred around 50,000 years ago. The archaic population may have split from the lineage that led to modern humans over a million years ago. Oh, that reminds me. So the Denisovans, I think their lungs are slightly different than ours because I think is it Polynesia, that live at high altitudes. They still have some of the Denisovan genes, and that is why they're able to live at such high elevations. Like I don't know if you guys been in any high elevations, but once you get so high, it's like really hard to breathe. But their genes and bodies were made for that. So that is one cool thing about the Denisovans, which is totally cool. And they're still kind of here, but they're I think Polynesia. It's like a phone upgrade. Our DNA is just getting new features and bugs fixed. Version 2.0 now with extra confusion, right? That's how their software works. It's like predictive text. Typically unique says, I stepped away for a minute and came back to ghost DNA. I know. I went off on a tangent. It was something that we read about stutter. I was like, ghost DNA. I gotta read about that because I read about so much stuff that I didn't quite remember exactly what this was. But now that I see Denisovan, yeah. So what are the implications of ghost DNA? Ghost DNA suggests that there were multiple interbreeding events between mysterious ghost populations and human ancestors. It also complicates the story of the human origins. This video can also help you learn about ghost DNA, African Neanderthals. NPR, ghost DNA in West Africans. Well, what is the ghost population theory? In 2004, it was proposed that maximum likelihood or Bayesian approaches that estimate the migration rates and population sizes using coalescent theory can use data sets which contain a population that has no data. And is referred to as a ghost population. How fun is that? So the ghost population looks like it's been inferred through using statistical techniques. I wonder if you can use octillion statistics on the ghost DNA. That is so cool. There's a human population paradox, a complex idea that explores the relationship between population growth, food supply, and environmental health. Oh, okay. Oh, and you know what else they have? They call it, it's A DNA, which is ancient DNA. So DNA is ancient DNA. DNA extracted from ancient biological materials such as bones, plants, and sediments. How is it used? To learn about human migration, that's the spread of disease, and the evolution of species. How is it degraded? Over time, DNA degrades through processes like fragmentation, deamination, and cross-linking. Is deamination, is that, so I think when you look at DNA, I'm wondering, I think scientists can see if it's from a live person or unalived one. I don't know about that. So deamination is a chemical reaction that removes the amino group from a molecule. It can occur DNA bases, amino acids, and other components. Okay, so that doesn't mean what I thought it meant. Okay. Okay. How old can it be? The oldest DNA ever sequenced came from sediments in Greenland, and is over 2 million years old. I didn't know about that in Greenland. I haven't read about that one. The oldest DNA ever sequenced is from Greenland. Currently, that science is always currently, based on what we know now, is that it'll always change. Yeah, I think the ghost DNA is a cool name. Yeah. Yes, the Denisovans are from Asia. How are Denisovans different from humans? This analysis suggests that the Denisovans, much like Neanderthals, had a long, broad, and projecting face, large nose, sloping forehead, protruding jaw, elongated and flattened skull, and wide chest and hips. The Denisovan tooth row was longer than of the Neanderthals and anatomically modern humans. Who has Denisovan DNA today? People who live in Melanesia region in the Pacific, which includes countries such as Papua New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, and Vanuatu too. They have the highest known levels of Denisovan ancestry of any present-day human population, and with estimates ranging from 3 to 5% of the Denisovan DNA. Well, what killed the Denisovans? It is possible that there was much interbreeding, that they faded into the wider early human population, alternatively on arriving in Denisovan habitat. Homo sapiens may have outcompeted or unalived their cousins, or brought lethal disease with them. Climactic events could have been crucial as well. Well, how tall? That should be. Oh, well, that's how what they think they look like. So likely had dark eyes, hair, and skin. Their finger structure resembled modern human fingers. Height is unknown, but possibly similar to Neanderthals, which are 5.5 feet. Those are cool. Let's see if they have. Oh, I didn't know they had a tooth. I thought they had a pinky, uh, a pinky bone. Yeah. Oh, look. Okay, where did it go? Are they still around? My internet is slow. They went from caves to condos, right? That is awesome. What? And Twist says, what would be interesting if there were markers for autism? I think there are. And that may be what Ann is getting at and why Bill Nye was so defensive about health data. Oh no, am I here? Your browser has lost connection to your screen audio. Try sharing your screen again. I don't know if I'm even here. Alright, we don't have to look at the definitions. I got off on a tangent. No. Alright, back on our interpretation. Backwood Beat says autism doesn't come from a single place or cause. That's the result of a complex mix of genetics and environmental factors. Twist says, as far as I know, there isn't one for ADHD that has links with autism, it seems. Okay. Check that out, like it's Hogwarts Library for Genome. Backwood Beat says National Center for Biotechnology Information. Kibo says inconvenient ghost DNA. How are we supposed to lie about our origins? Right. Does Prometheus tell you if DNA shows autism? Heather asks. Backwood Beat says, oh, so humans evolved because some apes ate magic mushrooms and were like, whoa, what if we invented fire and maybe the wheel? Yeah. Okay, Heather says, must be where Stone Ape theory came from. Twist says, we should study Bigfoot DNA. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Can you still see my screen? Tara! Welcome from down under. Good to see you, Tara. Tara, you just missed some ghost DNA. Oh, any Roo sightings? Twist asks. You know, kangaroos are like the equivalent to deer here. I don't know, or deer are everywhere up here where I am. So I only imagine just like kangaroos walking around like deer, right? Okay, so technology-assisted artifact determination. Technology that aids in artifact interpretation or automatic filtering is preferable to manual approaches. By modeling and predicting the range of artifact behaviors encountered in casework, a probabilistic approach to artifacts can account for much of the uncertainty. Machine learning methods such as neural works may help remove the influence of contextual information, reducing inter and intra-analyst variability in artifact assessment. Even with these newer approaches, some analyst review and decision-making are still required, and even commonly encountered artifacts can be mistaken for true alleles. By both software programs and analysts, forensic software practitioners therefore should implement clear, specific rules for removing a peak from further interpretation. The rules should be applied prior to performing a comparison to a person of interest profile. Additionally, the forensic service provider should clearly define when analyst discretion is permitted. Some discretion will likely always be a part of the EPG editing process, regardless of the approach, as analysts still need to use their training and expertise to recognize when the method employed for artifact filtering is not accurately reflecting the observed profile when discretion is allowed. The forensic service provider should require analysts to document their justification and reasoning for the case record. Human factors in artifact determination. Currently, most forensic service providers manually assess artifacts with filtering rules of varying complexity. These rules reflect a compromise between the probability of falsely labeling an artifact peak as an allele and the risk of incorrectly removing an allelic peak from downstream interpretation. However, because of the difficulty in capturing the range of uncertainty associated with artifacts, filtering rules are often guidelines that allow analysts discretion. This discretion can result in variable determinations based on training and experience as well as contextual information. Forensic service providers may have a maximum allowable number of contributors beyond which a sample will be deemed uninterpretable. For example, the forensic service provider might choose to interpret only profiles with, at most, 4 contributors. As a result, removing a potential allele as an artifact may be the difference between an interpretable and uninterpretable profile. These downstream consequences should not unduly influence the analyst making an artifact determination. While the impact of identification or misidentification of artifacts is typically minimal for robust single-source profiles, it is greater when dealing with complex, high-order mixture profiles. Analyst fatigue may exist when reviewing numerous profiles during data analysis, especially when the profiles are more complex. For example, mixtures or samples of numerous artifacts, depending on whether the forensic sample provider uses a blind or non-blind second review of the analyzed data. Confirmation bias may affect artifact review. To minimize bias, for example, painting the target, analysts should not look at a questioned contributor's profile during the initial assessment of the forensic profile. Using software tools to assign the number of contributors, a model and filter artifacts reduces but does not eliminate the potential for bias. The analyst still may have the authority to override the initial artifact assessment performed by the software. There should be an audit trail for this decision making to comply with current standards. Assigning number of contributors. Once data have been generated and artifacts designated, the next step in the process typically involves an assessment of the number of contributors or range of number of contributors. That best explains the DNA profile. This analysis relies on the laws of inheritance, where the detection of more than 2 alleles at multiple STR markers indicates the sample contains DNA from multiple individuals. Allelic information, when combined with additional information from the EPG, including inter and intra-locus peak height balances. Allele counts and allele frequencies form the bias for the assignment of the number of contributors for a DNA profile. Strategies for deciding that number of contributors range to consider vary from manual assessments, visual inspection of the EPG, to sophisticated probabilistic machine learning and decision tree software-based approaches. Manual methods for number of contributor assignment, provisional number of contributors estimates are obtained by the maximum allele count, MAC, method. The method involves focusing on the locus with the greatest number of peaks exceeding the analytical threshold, counting the number of peaks, dividing the total number of peaks by 2, and rounding up. At times, a combination of maximum allele count, an assessment of the total allele count, and visual evaluation of peak height ratio differences justify the addition of 1 or 2 contributors to the maximum allele count estimate. However, it remains unclear if visual inspection renders consistent number of contributor estimations across analysts over time. In cases where the initial inspection renders number of contributor estimates that are too high, and reevaluation may be warranted with all the interpretation requirements associated with reevaluations. Complexity and number of contributors estimation. 2 competing factors make the maximum allele count method only provisional means by which to assign number of contributors. First, extraneous signals from noise and artifacts may be indistinguishable from true alleles in low template DNA samples or in samples containing low amounts of DNA from 1 or more contributors. For example, the peak heights of stutter products increase with respect to the parent alleles as the DNA template decreases. This may not align with the stutter models and thresholds established by forensic service providers, which typically use high template DNA. Failing to remove all stutter and other extraneous peaks when editing the EPG can impact the provisional number of contributors assignment. In addition, stutter ratios are known to increase with the number of uninterrupted STR units. Though stutter ratios and their filters are often based on per locus rather than per allele. Evaluation of stutter ratios. Second, allelic dropout increases in low template DNA. Samples are low template contributors. This dropout could result in underestimating number of contributors because the computed maximum allele count will be too small. Both factors can occur simultaneously. when indicators of dropout are masked by the elevation of a stutter at low template levels. Conversely, as the true number of contributor increases, so too does allele sharing and ultimately allele masking. The presence of related individuals exacerbates the risk of understanding the maximum allele count and the number of contributors. Although the number of contributors is not unusually the ultimate value of interest for its own sake, it is relevant in the ranges that are too low and too narrow. For example, a single underestimated value can have a large effect on downstream comparison. The range of number of contributors will be informed by the analyst's initial manual number of contributors assessment. The method chosen for assigning number of contributors will be driven by the operational needs, the complexity of reporting, and testifying to the data. The forensic service provider standard operating procedures. Most forensic service providers assign number of contributors, range of number of contributors that best explains the evidence. For forensic service providers that use probabilistic workflow, but do not use a tool to assist a number of contributors, interpretations under variable number of contributors are still possible by performing multiple deconvolutions. Yeah, so whenever you have a mixture, you can use deconvolutions and it'll either result in another mini mixture or you can have a single source. Okay, so technology-assisted number of contributed estimations. There are two general types of emerging number of contributor systems. Those that compute a single number of contributor and those that provide a probability distribution for number of contributors. Unlike continuous likelihood ratio software systems that predominantly rely on models based on similar biological, for example, allele frequencies, and chemometric, for example, increase in signal intensity with number of DNA molecules, principles, number of contributors algorithm vary vastly in their structure, and it is imperative that forensic service providers validate the method before implementation. Human factors in number of contributor assessment. Even with the shift towards probabilistic mixture deconvolution, manual assessment of number of contributors is still common in the forensic DNA community, as many software programs still require the user to select an initial number of contributors. Case information can influence the estimated number of contributors, as shown by case 3 of DNA Mix 13, which involved the possibility of a relative and consensual intercourse with a romantic partner in the S8 case. DNA profiles of assumed contributors, analysis experience, and additional information, such as the appearance of peaks visible below the analytical threshold. These factors tend to make manual number of contributor estimation highly variable with respect to case information and assumed contributors. The analyst should clearly document the case information that was known and considered during the interpretation steps. Forensic service providers that use an analytical threshold and assign number of contributors manually should also closely evaluate whether it is appropriate to consider below threshold peaks during the number of contributors assessment, and subsequent interpretation steps. The validation of an analytical threshold should establish a reasonable threshold for distinguishing between noise and true signal, and not be a threshold that seeks to minimize artifact detection. If ultimately an analyst who considers below the analytical threshold peaks at any point should clearly indicate which peaks are considered and the degree to which those peaks influenced the interpretative conclusions. For example, an analyst might note that peaks below analytical threshold were considered at locus SE33 in arriving at number of contributors of 4. If, as a practice, analysts within the forensic service provider community use peaks under the analytical threshold to inform number of contributors, then the analytical threshold itself, or the method, assumptions, or K factor used to set it, may need to be reevaluated. Conditioning. As assumed contributor is an individual whose genetic contribution is reasonably expected to be present in a profile due to the nature, origin, and context of the sample. The genotypes for that individual are then assumed to be present in the DNA mixture, and the interpretation is conditioned on this assumption. The individual may be represented in the mixture profile to varying degrees. For example, their contributions do not need to be fully expressed. The term assumed contributor is sometimes used interchangeably with known contributor. However, conditioning an interpretation on an assumed contributor is dictated by a forensic service provider, standard of operating procedures, and the individual contributions are never known with casework samples. They are only assumed. So this makes me think about how early the state and the lab and law enforcement knew Brian Koberger's name, which means they would have an assumed contributor. So I wonder if that's an angle that Anne will attack, because knowing the contributor or assuming the contributor is it's an opposition of how they generally interpret data within these systems. So contributions from a known contributor can be assumed for bodily samples collected from the individual, internal and external, for clothing collected directly from the individual, or for items known to have been in direct contact with the individual, for example, a cell phone or a steering wheel. An interpretation may also be conditioned on the assumption that an individual's DNA is present based on contextual information. For example, a consensual partner or an elimination reference partner. Interpretations conditioned on known contributors only apply to mixture profiles, where the analyst is inferring reasonable genotype combinations, either manually or using PGS to explain the genotypes foreign to the known contributor. In the likelihood framework, the DNA of the known contributor may be assumed to be present under both propositions, and is therefore termed a conditioning profile. As some instances, assuming a contributor will have no impact on the resulting interpretation of the remaining profiles. For example, a two-person mixture where both contributors are fully resolved, for example, a robust 90-10 mixture, will not change significantly since the respective genotypes of each contributor are obvious based on the relative mixture proportions. However, the use of conditioning is typically based on the known case information rather than the resolvability of the genetic profiles. There is currently no requirement or standard that dictates when an analyst should apply conditioning. The Scientific Working Group on DNA Analysis Methods only states as a core element that any criteria, for example, assumptions such as number of contributors or the presence of unknown contributor, used in the interpretation of a mixed DNA sample shall be supported by the data and shall be defined and documented. Although it is impossible to cover all possibilities, a forensic service provider's standard operating procedures should state as explicitly as possible the circumstances under which it is appropriate to assume the presence of an individual, and the method of applying that assumption should be clear. Forensic service providers using PGS may deconvolve a mixture profile and generate a likelihood ratio for the known contributor to determine if the assumption accurately reflects the data. If the likelihood ratio is above an established threshold for the deconvolution, then the deconvolution is repeated and conditioned on the assumed individual. When a known individual is assumed to be the contributor to a profile, this assumption must be reported. Deconvolution. Following the number of contributors assignment, and if applicable, conditioning, the next step in the interpretation of the DNA profile involves an evaluation of the allelic information, for example, size and weight, to determine the genotype combinations that are possible for each locus. When a DNA profile is a mixture, this process is referred to as deconvolution. For forensic service providers employing PGS, it may be possible to run the deconvolution at the same time as the person of interest likelihood calculation. However, this approach is not recommended since an analyst cannot evaluate the deconvolution diagnostics before comparison is done. As a result, the acceptance of a PGS evaluation and the diagnostic outputs may influence the likelihood ratio results. Manual deconvolution. Some forensic service providers use a manual deconvolution approach in which genotype combinations are inferred using binary rules or thresholds. Thresholds indicate whether reliable data will fall. They enable the analyst to develop reasonable expectations for a given profile. Data falling below a threshold, such as a stochastic threshold, may be deemed not usable. Such thresholds are set during a forensic service provider's internal validation and are based on performance of a given STR typing workflow. For example, STR typing kit, thermal cycler parameters, genetic analyzer settings, and genotyping analyst software. Manual approaches can be labor-intensive, are prone to... Oh, that's scary. Is that the wind? Okay. Such thresholds are set Manual approaches can be labor-intensive, are prone to inter-analyst variability, and do not consider as much information in the DNA profile as PGS does. Manual approaches cannot model the probability of the allelic dropout. For example, missing genetic information, or drop-in, for example, exogenous DNA introduced into a sample. Exogenous. The implication of low-level DNA samples often results in stochastic effects, such as heterozygote peak height imbalance, where two sister alleles exhibit significantly different peak heights, or allelic dropout. Stochastic effects, by definition, involve a random variable or chance. Thus, their impact can vary across an entire profile, which increases the challenge of addressing these effects manually. Using replicate amplifications may mitigate some of the uncertainty caused by stoic effects. Certain loci and even certain alleles within a locus may be preferably amplified. Setting a stochastic threshold establishes a point above which the allelic dropout is unusual for a single source profile. For manual deconvolution, the same threshold is routinely applied to mixture samples, but shared alleles from multiple contributors may be stacked on top of each other, and a stochastic threshold may no longer accurately represent the likelihood of dropout for a corresponding sister allele. Additionally, regardless of whether a peak is, say, 1 RFU or 100 RFUs below the stochastic threshold, it is treated the same. Indeed, all thresholds used in manual approach do not address the uncertainty that exists when a question peak falls just above or below the cutoff. Whether the threshold pertains to allele detection, stutter, or dropout, an analyst's recognition of the limitations of the manual approach may lead to analysts to adjust their interpretation and deconvolution, depending on the forensic service provider's standard operating procedures. The analyst may have discretion to override the binary framework, for example, considers peaks below the analytical threshold, discount peaks slightly above stutter thresholds, and elevated stutter. This discretion might improve accuracy in some cases, but it contributes to some of the variability observed with manual mixture deconvolution. Despite these limitations, there are times when a manual interpretation is unlikely to be problematic or overly variable, assuming dropout is improbable. Single source profiles and mixture profiles for which contributors can be deduced without ambiguity based on mixture ratios or availability of a known contributor profile. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. Okay. All right. All right, so here's a question from Heather. Can anyone explain to me why Riley didn't know what of the sheath was swabbed? Oh, right. Like, she did not prep at all for the hearing. I know. Like, for the biggest case of her life, she didn't. Kibo says Riley didn't look up the instructions properly. I would agree. Heather says didn't understand the assignment. Oh, Twiz says she hadn't read the report. Tara says, have you read much about mitochondrial DNA? No, I haven't got there yet, but that's a good recommendation. We should do that. Kilo says they can't swab where they're lifting possible prints. Very true. Okay. Heather says that's the entire point when they actually had his name because the lab interpretation can be fixed. Right. Twins asked, what if Bika had a different interpretation? Oh, that's a great question. Great. Kido says, you mean prefixed? Another says, framed. Alright, so Heather says, it's like every fact against Brian is so ridiculous. The car seen near the house is identified as 2011 to 13, but it's a Toyota Elantra, so 100%, so it's Brian's. So it's like, I don't know if they're all just delusional, because like they really expected people to believe their case. Like, have they been functioning in their own unique vacuum where they're just out of touch? Like, do they realize like how ridiculous they are, or do they just think they're doing normal stuff? Like this is really concerning, and I sometimes when you look at Ashley, I don't know. Right? Twist says that they can't even say it's white, it just appears white on their screen, right? Heather says he's too far in the distance from 700 Ball Indian Hill that he had to driven to. Heather says the four brother branch and the suspect profile share a great grandfather, but that branch doesn't lead to Brian. Wrong branch. Okay, Twist says, yeah, but Hitler will say that it doesn't exclude him from going to the house. Like, this is another thing. Even though Hitler's like, removed from the Moscow area, he's in Ada County. For like the image that he projected, I would think he would be sensible about DNA, but it looks like he has a 1990s education about DNA, which doesn't match what he's projecting. That's so frustrating. They're like, come on, Hitler, you know better. You do. You just have to think about it. How do they function is the real question, right, Heather? Tunnel vision, right? So, Twiz. Oh, hi, welcome, Justice for MKXE. Oh my god, that's scary. My phone fell again. So, Twiz says, I think AT was saving the big guns for trial in case Franks wasn't granted. I think that's a lot of her strategy, is to pretend she doesn't have as much as she does. And I think it's safer that way too. At least I hope that's what's going on. It kind of seems like it. There's some hints in there that she really does. This is really her strategy. I think, was it one of Pod's last 2 videos or something? I think he basically said as much, that when trial comes, she's gonna she's gonna blow everyone out of that courtroom. That she's gonna have this down. It's gonna be a completely different game once we get there, and this prosecution is not gonna know what hit them. But but just to keep them feeling like Ashley thinks this case is so strong. Just let her think that for a while, right? Wait, Heather, where does it? Heather says MPD does have pics of a mountain lion car in Canada. Wait, is that the little cat? Wait, was that Linda Lane? Alright, I've heard about this mountain lion. So Tara says, I started watching a new series on Prime called House of David. Okay, so Heather says, but Aunt said, what I am saying, Judge, is if someone takes your DNA and uploads it for $12. She's not talking about the SC screenshot. It's the upload the day before. It's a huge cat. Alright. So this says, assessing PGS diagnostics. Many forensic service providers have incorporated PGS, which uses sophisticated computer software to aid the analyst's interpretation. PGS allows for greater use of the profile data, and it can be used on challenging and complex profiles that are unsuitable for manual deconvolution, rather than using fixed thresholds and a probabilistic approach to DNA mixture deconvolution models, a variety of DNA behaviors, and the uncertainty that they entail. With each PGS run, the software generates diagnostic values, although the specific diagnostics may vary depending on the program used. The intent is to aid in determining how well the software was able to explain the profile given the underlying models and assumptions. These diagnostics can include mixture proportions, estimated template amount of DNA, statistical weights assigned to different possible genotype sets, and likelihood ratios for individual loci. In addition, some systems provide secondary diagnostics that relate to the purely technical performance of the system. These may include a log likelihood statistic that provides an overall measure of the goodness of the data to fit the model, the Gelman-Rubin GR statistic in the case of Markov chain Monte Carlo approximations. I recognize that Markov chain Monte Carlo and CMC is from something else I was reading. Maybe I'll remember in a minute, but I recognize that. Approximations and estimates of allelic and stutter variance. Every PGS-assisted interpretation should include a review of an established set of software diagnostics. Analysts need to know what steps to take when the range of acceptable software diagnostic values is exceeded. For example, rerunning with different software settings. The output of PGS run should be consistent with the EPG as assessed by the analyst. So, when I read that, the sentence before, I kept thinking it because it says example of rerunning with different software settings. Well, it sounds like the FBI rerun everything with a new DNA sample and software settings. Right? Alright, so the output of the PGS run should be consistent with the EPG as assessed by the analyst. For example, a two-person mixture profile with a 1:1 mixture ratio should produce a PGS result that corresponds with the allelic pattern an analyst observes on the EPG. In this sense, the analyst's training, knowledge, and experience are needed to properly vet the software's interpretation. This assignment may also serve to verify the input file, which is often manually provided to the software by the user, was correct. The evaluation is inherently more challenging when the profile is complex. For example, that light's just went out. But yeah, so guys, I might be a little jumpy. I told you I moved 2 weeks ago, so I'm still trying to get used to all the noises. So, I see if jump a little. Okay, so where was I? Which is often manually provided by the software by the user was correct. The evaluation is inherently more challenging when the profile is complex. A 4-person mixture of equal proportions displaying dropout. PGS models, various uncertainties at diagnosis reflect the space between the expected, for example, modeled, and the observed, for example, the input, EPG. The larger the gap, the further such diagnostics will be from the empirically established and validated norms. For example, an initial number of contributors is underestimated. The software will need to explain additional allelic contributions by either accepting higher than expected stutter or by considering the drop-in of alleles or both. When possible and allowed by the interpretation software, the extent to which such variances are encountered is reflected in the primary and secondary diagnostics. In reviewing the diagnostics, analysts are assessing for intuitiveness and determining if the diagnostics meet qualitative expectations. Based on this review, the analyst will decide whether to accept the results or interpret the profile under the different software settings or different assumptions. Primary diagnostics may be thought of as a component of the profile characterization in general. Analysts have been evaluating many of these factors since the early days of DNA STR typing. These factors include mixture proportions, possible genotype combinations, and whether the statistical calculation is consistent with the observed profile. For example, the person of interest is excluded when the evidence and reference profiles do not share allelic similarities. Software programs that assign Weights to allowable genotype combinations may indicate which combinations better explain the evidence. Alternatively, genotype combinations may be assigned relative ratios where in the larger the ratio, the greater the confidence in the given genotype. Genotype weights or ratios may then be incorporated into the subsequent likelihood calculations. The benefit of the primary diagnostics is that they will be cross-referenced to the observed EPG of a given profile to evaluate the output. I guess the expectations of the genotype weights for each contributor. For example, modeling of the drop-in and drop-out starter versus the allelic mixture ratios. All right. There's something up here that I saw for the first time. Genotype weights or ratio. Yeah, what is a genotype ratio? We've heard of the likelihood ratio and the random match ratio, but I don't think. Wait, Heather, who's an Amish witch? Is that Ashley Jennings? Okay. I think Heather means that Ashley Jennings is an Amish witch. Well, I don't know though. Alright, so we have a genotype ratio refers to the numerical proportion of different possible genetic combinations, genotypes, that are expected to occur in offspring of a genetic cross, especially showing the distribution of the different allele combinations. Heather's cookies. Who's an Amish witch? Ashley. Backward Beat says, anyone remember when Brian started stapling with his hands at the hearing? He was totally copying Bill Thompson, just over there like, hey, that looks fun. That's when I thought something was off. What do you mean? You mean that Brian is in on it? What do you mean? Alright, so I clicked on this because Octillion. Oh, so a major DNA profile was identified in which the suspect cannot be excluded is included. The expected frequency of occurrence for this profile was calculated for the African American, Caucasian, Hispanic population and found to be no more common than approximately 1 in 150 octillion. Okay. Random match probability, 1 in 39 octillion for Caucasians. Like, I'm almost wondering if, okay, so octillion is used for random match probability, but I don't see it used for the likelihood ratio. And I don't know if it's actually used for the likelihood ratio because I was watching one of Roz Knight's videos. Actually, we played it in a live. Some of you may have been here, where she looked up the different equations that go along with each of the statistics used for this likelihood ratio, and the equation that is used to get an octillion number was discredited by the scientific community. And so I was curious that maybe the octillion statistic came from something other than like the likelihood ratio, like a genotype ratio. So I typed in genotype ratio and octillion to see if there were any similarities. So 56 quintillion, that's kind of high. Oh no, I don't believe this octillion number. Like, I feel like this octillion, I mean, they just matched his dad. Does that have something to do with the sheath? I don't know. I would really love to know how they came up with that. Probabilistic genotype. And is that different? Probabilistic. Oh, this says when was this written? Sometimes if these are too old, gotta be careful reading them. Probabilistic genotyping systems for low quality and mixture forensic samples. Forensic DNA identification evidence has become a powerful tool for investigators, and the authority of DNA evidence has encouraged the collection of DNA samples in any environment. The collection of DNA has become ubiquitous, and collection techniques are more sensitive. These factors have led to more complex mixture samples where the DNA profile reveals multiple contributors. of varying proportion and clarity. Complex DNA mixtures may be taken from mixed blood samples or from surfaces touched by multiple individuals. Interpreting the genetic profiles from complex mixture deconvolution, is an incredibly difficult task for laboratory analysts. The appearance or disappearance of allele data at a locus, allele drop in, drop out, and poor signal-to-noise ratios can obscure the true number of contributors and their individual DNA profiles. As a result, several automated systems have been developed that promise to objectively analyze and interpret the DNA. This data, however, have been generally ruled inadmissible in courts. The most widely adopted method for interpreting complex mixtures rely on probabilistic genotyping systems. At their core, many probabilistic genotyping systems use a complex computer algorithm known as the Markov chain Monte Carlo, the MCMC. Okay, that's where I recognize that. All right. A type of machine learning to examine mixture DNA profile, simulate possible genotype combinations from different contributors, and evaluate how likely it is that a certain combination of contributors and genotypes could generate a profile matching the forensic sample. Well, so this algorithm, machine learning, Markov chain, Monte Carlo, it's used to examine and evaluate how likely it is that a certain combination of contributors and genotypes could generate a profile matching the forensic sample. That, to me, sounds like because it's a mixed profile with multiple people in it, it's the same idea as alphabet soup. You put your spoon in the alphabet soup, pull it out, and you can spell whatever you want with the letters on that spoon, the letters that are present. This makes it sound like that's what happens. Because depending on a certain combination of contributors, there's a possibility that could generate the matching forensic sample. Well, they have graphs. Backwood Beat says 14 markers off a partial profile that must have been some ghost DNA. Yeah, but that's not my DNA. That's from a ghost 5 million years ago. This is interesting, typically unique, says. Oh, sorry. I think this is amazing. That your son had to have a bone marrow transplant, but it's absolutely incredible that he's half Hispanic, half Caucasian, but his match was from Germany. You know, that makes me think of that inside the cell, the pages that I think were in Becca Barlow's declaration, where I think it was some of her and her colleagues noticed that there were some anomalies that were happening in these DNA databases that are maintained by the FBI, and how I think it was her and her team or whoever wrote the book inside the cell were saying, hey, there's some anomalies happening here. We would like to study this more to see what's happening. And the FBI shut it down and said nobody can study it. So I'm thinking there's more to learn about this DNA, but it's not as clear cut as we've been led to believe. And typically unique, the example that you're giving here about your son, I think has a lot to do with whatever, I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I think it has a lot to do with what Becca Barlow was starting to notice in these DNA databases, that, when they upload these profiles, it's like a slot machine. It may have been hitting on things that it was just foreign, like it shouldn't have, with our current understanding of how it works, it wouldn't have made sense. But there might be some truth in this about, there's something about DNA we're all missing, because that's absolutely incredible that this match was from somewhere unexpected. It's amazing. And I hope that went well, typically unique. Oh, he had it 12 years ago. Must have had European gene ancestors. Oh, his ghost DNA was from Europe. Right? Oh, the Denisophant Ghostbusters. Kibo, I think you just thought of Backwoods' next song name. Heather says, Kibo, blame your ghost DNA. Backwood Beat says, based on my research and scientific analogy, a partial profile, the number of markers can range from 4 to 6 STR markers in cases where the DNA is degraded or there's a smaller sample. Okay, a royal ghost DNA. That sounds like good DNA. Oh yeah, definitely typically unique genes. Alright, so Twiz asks, did they confirm they uploaded the sheet DNA to CODIS? I thought I remembered hearing something about, although Anna was questioning the sequence of events, and the state's making it really unclear about what they did, but didn't they say something about they created an STR from the sheath and they put it in CODIS and it led nowhere? But I don't know, because they've been so shady about what samples they're using, what samples they're changing, adding, removing, not testing, Phantom RH negatives. Something strange in the neighborhood. You got a car. Moscow! You gotta call Moscow. Oh, jeez. Alright. So here's a graph. It has evidence collected from a sample at the scene. So the lab generates a profile. Look at these cute little guys in the lab. All right, and then the DNA profile from the sample. Example STR locus has 3 alleles, suggesting a mixed sample. Oh, it's big now. Okay, well, the PGS calculates allele combinations. Okay. And then the reference sample is collected from the person of interest. The lab generates a sample profile. And the DNA profile from the person of interest. Example STR locus has 2 alleles, 11 and 12. And so 11 and 12, the POA genotype is compared to the possible genotypes using PGS. Okay, and then the likelihood ratio person of interest contributed to the mixture. That just seems like there's like this seems something sounds off about this. It was like how many people have the 10 and 11 markers? So you're getting this guy, he randomly has 11 and 12 markers. Like, are we really that advanced that people don't randomly just share stuff? Like, I just don't know. I don't think I'm going to find the answer to my question I had. My question is probably too much. Okay. Okay, here we go. The benefit of primary diagnostics is that they may be cross-referenced to observe EPG, giving a profile to evaluate the output against the expectations of the genotype ways for each contributor. For example, modeling of drop in and drop out, starter versus allelic, and mixture ratios. Yeah, Toys, Toys asked, can't they not upload it if it's partial? Well, some of the things I was reading say you can't, and then others were saying you can, but if it's partial, it's going to match a lot of people. So like, I don't know how. I'm pretty sure it had to have been a partial sample, so I would think it would be a partial STR. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be really wrong. Yeah, Heather says, if you don't have a say so over part of your DNA when it comes to the comes to fourth violation issues, then you shouldn't be convicted on partial DNA. I completely agree. Backward Beat says sample could be from an individual not yet part of the system. That's very interesting. Typically unique says you don't usually match with close relatives for a bone marrow transplant. It's usually a complete stranger. I was told by doctors. How about that one? Yes. Oh. Heather, what does this mean? Elon gonna get BKKY. Elon Musk? What? So, where is it? Secondary diagnostics are a newer concept for DNA analysts and are typically harder to assess than primary diagnostics. Depending on the PGS, these diagnostics may include the GR and the variability in the allele and stutter peak heights, expected versus observed peak heights. The GR, the genotype ratio, reflects the performance of the MCMC algorithm. That's the Monte Carlo algorithm for a given run, meaning how well the independent genes converged and whether the software was able to find acceptable explanations for the forensic profile. The allele and stutter peak height variances are established during the forensic service provider's internal validation using single-source profiles. The difficulty with such diagnostics is establishing the acceptable range. Regardless of the diagnostic outputs, the analyst should still review the deconvolution results. These values are intended to be used as a guide and may indicate one or more of the following: stochastic variation present within a profile, incorrect modeling of stutter as an allele or an allele as stutter, peak height imbalances due to relatedness and the sharing of alleles, or an incorrect number of contributors. A forensic service provider's internal validation will establish the functional limit of a particular system within their workflow. For example, only amplify samples above the established quantitation threshold, or only interpretation profiles with 4 or fewer contributors. However, when analyzing casework, profiles within the validated range, then the analyst may need to be decided whether to accept or reject the interpretation based on the run diagnostics. Standards of operating procedure should establish how far out of range a given diagnostic may be for the interpretation to be acceptable. Training, experience, and thorough standard of operation processes are crucial to providing the analyst with the appropriate tools to make this determination. If the profile is deemed suitable for interpretation despite exhibiting out-of-range diagnostics, the justification must be documented. For example, the profile appears degraded. The assumed presence of first-order relatives is influencing peak height ratios across multiple loci. If accepting a result with an out-of-range diagnostic, all reasonable attempts should be made to determine the cause and to assure the interpretation is not adversely affected. For example, if elevated stutter variance is observed, the analyst should verify that improbable genotypes are not accepted. For example, modeling a stutter allele or allelic or vice versa. In some cases, it may not be possible to identify a clear cause. Inter and intra forensic service provider variation may exist when it comes to accepting or rejecting an interpretation. If additional PGS runs are performed in response to the initial out-of-range diagnostics, all data should be retained and provided to interested parties if requested. If the profile is ultimately deemed uninterpretable, even if the profile is ultimately deemed uninterpretable. All right, so I have a fun blue box. It says, recommendation 3.7, forensic science service providers should validate and apply interpretation methods that take into account all data necessary to help adjust the propositions. Currently, for the interpretation of DNA comparisons, the continuous probabilistic genotyping is the only interpretation technique that meets this criterion. The suitability and complex issues highlighted are not new to DNA mixture interpretations. However, with PGS, analysts can interpret a greater number of complex mixture profiles. PGS output data and diagnostics may further assist the analyst in determining when a profile is being poorly modeled and should be considered too complex. All right, we have the next fun little blue box. It says, recommendation 3.8, forensic science service providers. Standard operating procedures should provide criteria for assessing and documenting when a probabilistic genotyping interpretation should be rejected. Okay, so human factors influencing the interpretation of PGS outputs. Depending on the forensic service provider's policy, certain system diagnostics may have clear thresholds to aid the analyst. Typically, the internal validation of a given PGS system will establish the acceptable range. However, there is no quote-unquote right value. From a human factors perspective, key questions are: what factors play into the acceptance or rejection of software-assisted profile interpretations? Are analysts more likely to accept a PGS interpretation without an out-of-range diagnostic for complex mixture profiles, where the anticipated genotype combinations may be harder to intuit, simply because they have no other means by which to interpret such a profile? How do other factors such as significant base backlogs, short turnaround time expectations, or high-profile cases influence this decision? Analysts should recognize when PGS has incorrectly modeled the input profile data and intervene accordingly. For example, an elevated stutter peak may be mismodeled as allelic, causing incorrect genotype combinations to be accepted, or an unresolved and unlabeled allelic peak may be visible as a shoulder of another call it allele on the EPG upon comparison to a true contributor and erroneous single locus LR, all but indistinguishable from zero may result. Unlike in a validation study, where the groundwork truth is known, false exclusions due to mismodeling may be harder to detect in casework. Other non-intuitive results may occur when the mixed portions are incorrectly modeled. A mixture of two individuals with one trace contributor may be categorized as 50-50, when it is really 99-1. In some instances, certain diagnostics may or may not exceed the acceptable range. The analyst should compare the PGS output to the corresponding EPG, evaluate the deconvoluted genotype rates, and determine if the software results align with the profile. The analyst may need to inform the software of the expected mixture proportions. On the other hand, mismodeling may be caused by the human misinforming the software, for example, inputting the incorrect number of contributors or leaving in an artifact that is then modeled as allelic. In these instances, the software is limited by the human's performance. As such, understanding what human expertise may be needed to assist technology is essential. So this makes me think of that house, as we know, was a party house. So there should have been trace transfer DNA everywhere. There was probably lots of DNA from people who have never even been in that house. So how likely is it that whatever was on the sheet, that all of it was mixed DNA? So if it was a mixture, and so when the analysts are putting this information into their software, they did get the number of contributors incorrect. That would throw off the entire sequence of events or the protocols that they follow. That all of the mixtures on that should have been. All of the samples on that sheet should have been mixtures because of how mobile it is. And because it's for holding something. So people are gonna hold it, like it's supposed to cover the actual knife. So it's there to catch hands, all types of body fluids, because it's supposed to protect what goes inside it. So it's going to get a little, beat up. So it's just really hard to believe that they're like, yep, here's one. This is one in here. That's really hard to believe. But so if they did get the number of contributors incorrect, because even if the sheath was like on the bed, how many foreign DNA samples were actually on the bed, on the sheets? Not that anybody was in there, but just from like walking to the grocery store, walking by somebody, or touching the same cereal box as somebody else. Like, yeah, you can carry that right into your sheets. Or if somebody sneezed and like gets in your hair, or you're like sleeping and their DNA is like on your sheets, like. So even if the sheath like rubs against fabric, that should be a transfer event. And like what if Maddie or Kaylee borrowed one of their sorority sisters' like outfits or something, and it was laying on the bed at one point, and then that sister or sorority girl has a boyfriend, so then his DNA is in there too, and he's never even been in the house or upstairs or whatever. So like, I don't know. I think there should have been a lot more on that. And for as many knives as those students have, in all of their social media pictures. Um, Especially the watermelon machete. I'm sure that has been passed around different houses, because depending on what they're doing with it. So what's to say that whoever actually owned the cave art, that it didn't travel around the houses? So like that could have had like multiple contributors. I don't know. This is just where my thoughts go. Okay. Analysts should be passive participants in PGS assisted interpretations. Instead, text should be distributed between the human expert and the software to best use the strengths of both components. Uh, Emphasizing user accountability and the critical evaluations of PGS results, coupled with internal validation and continued training exercises, may help minimize over-reliance on software. In addition, forensic service providers that identify instances of over-relevance should understand and appreciate that the contributing factors may have been time pressure, the complexity of the task, or need for additional training may play a role. This is contamination detection. The increased sensitivity of modern DNA typing methods and advances in interpretation technologies have increased the chances of detecting low-level contamination, potentially causing downstream interpretation challenges. Contamination prevention and detection guidelines for forensic DNA laboratories provides best practices and guidance for the minimization and detection of DNA contamination. Standard 9.12 of the FBI QAS requires forensic service providers to establish policies and procedures to detect and minimize contamination. The European Network of Forensic Science Institutes and OSAC have published additional guidelines addressing contamination. Most guidelines and forensic service providers' efforts focus on creating and establishing laboratory engineering controls rather than providing strategies for contamination detection. Comparing profiles within a batch of samples to one another, or performing database searches comparing evidence and personnel profiles when possible, can detect some sample-to-sample and personnel-to-sample contamination events. However, specific examples of which tools are most effective are not provided. Some PGS provide useful options for performing these steps, including database search capabilities and mixture-to-mixture comparison tools. Some forensic service providers compare profiles using their DNA analysis software. For example, GeneMapper. I don't know. That just made me think of Tom Sawyer. What was it? Green Reaper? I forgot the lyrics. Anyway, DX has a profile comparison tool that will compare samples within a project to one another and to database profiles. Any samples that overlap above a user's set percentage are flagged for review. While this tool may be useful for evaluation of simpler profiles, for example, single source or older mixtures, possible overlap in alleles between higher order mixtures is more difficult to evaluate because of allele sharing, stacking, and peak height imbalances. Typically, forensic service providers not using PGS will analyze profiles with the established stutter filters applied. For example, stutter peaks are unlabeled or on the EPG. However, for some forensic service providers, using PGS data analysis occurs with the stutter filters off, meaning the analysis software will label all alleles above the set analytical thresholds, reviewing profiles with both the parent and stutter peaks labeled. Uh, is challenging for most analysts when first switching to a PGA-based workflow. The number of labeled peaks for mixture profiles increases significantly when stutter filters are not applied. The presence of stutter peaks, especially in mixture profiles, may complicate the detection of contamination depending on the method used to perform a quality check on profiles. For example, when using the GMAP or IDX profile comparison tool, it may be more efficient to analyze first with the stutter filters applied, therefore removing the labeled stutter peaks prior to assessing potential sample-to-sample contamination. This may assist with the analyst in virtually assessing profiles like shared alleles. The presence of partial profiles may further complicate searches when using basic comparison tools. For example, a profile with only 2 alleles detected may be flagged anytime those same alleles are also present in the profiles included in the search, which the analyst should then review. Manual methods of contamination assessment are time-consuming and subject to intra-analyst variation and analyst fatigue. Detecting and assessing potential contamination becomes challenging when looking through a large number of mixed profiles. These manual methods are less effective than using software tools, and they are limited by the analyst's ability to visually recognize potential contamination, both sample-to-sample and personnel-to-sample contamination. Likelihood ratio-based methods can search large databases quickly and can provide a statistical value to any DNA profile comparison. These tools can be thoroughly vetted during internal validation to establish a set of recommendation thresholds above which the results will be further investigated and reported. For example, database likelihood ratio greater than 10,000 requires further evaluation by the analyst. This ensures consistency in detection and reporting and reduces the human factors involved in detecting contamination. The search results from software tools can also be maintained electronically, providing more transparency and documentation. Depending on the forensic service provider policy and the level of contamination observed, the analysis will be repeated if possible, or the DNA technical lead may consider whether to use the data for analysis. Consideration should be given to the degree of the contamination, the performance of the control samples, and if the cause of the contamination can be determined. It's good practice to monitor the number and frequency of the drop in alleles and negative control samples. Some forensic service providers may condition the interpretation on the contaminating profile when possible, therefore allowing the remaining components of the profile to be interpreted. At a minimum, if contamination is detected, the report should indicate so and should state whether the profile was used for interpretation. So comparison phrase, regardless of the method of comparison, for example, manual or probabilistic, the forensic service provider should follow the following 3 principles of interpretation. 1. Relevant case information should be used in formulating the issues that forensic DNA analysis can provide insight to. Number 2, to be balanced, the analyst should consider at least 2 mutually exclusive propositions when assessing the value of the biological results. So when law enforcement or crime scene techs, they should have considered the blood DNA evidence and applied one of these prepositions, that whoever was handling or whatever transferred to the sheet is an alternative activity, and the blood samples are the criminal activity. But, that's not what Moscow does. Number 3, analysts should assign the probability of the findings, not the probability of the alleged facts. Number 3 reminds me of the prosecutor's fallacy, and that's exactly what they did. The prosecution did in this case. Alright, so by following these principles, the comparison should be logical, balanced, robust, and transparent. Comparison with a person of interest. If a profile is suitable for interpretation, but there is no person of interest, steps can be taken to inform subsequent investigative decisions, such as what additional testing or comparisons may be useful, depending on the forensic service provider or the discretion of the analyst. Comparisons may be made between forensic profiles within or between cases. Profile-to-profile comparisons may be prone to bias and similar influences as those that occur in comparison to person of interest. The discussions in this chapter are primarily focused on evidence to known comparisons in the absence of a person of interest. Reference samples and an analyst may be able to provide possible explanations for the observed findings, explanations for investigative purposes only, and are different from comparisons performed using the principles of interpretation, upload the profile to a database and potentially provide investigative leads, suggest additional testing strategies such as an analysis of additional evidence items or alternative technologies, for example, YSTR, SNP analysis for forensic investigative genetic genealogy, or FGG. Okay, so database comparisons. One of the primary ways that DNA analysis can assist with answering who questions when the person of interest has been developed is through entry, upload, and search in a DNA database. The primary tool that forensic service providers throughout the United States use is the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, which was designed to compare a target DNA record against the DNA records contained in a CODIS database. One component of CODIS is the National Index System, NDIS, which contains DNA records on the national level that have been contributed by federal, state, and local participating forensic service providers. The NDIS operational procedures provide guidance on the eligibility of entry and upload of profiles into NDIS. NDIS requires compliance with the FBI quality assurance standards and accreditation standards. These procedures do not provide specific guidance for profile interpretation for the purposes of developing a CODIS entry. This creates the opportunity for variability between and within forensic service providers to decide how to enter a profile or a partial profile. For example, the forensic service provider may have implemented PGS as a more objective way to perform deconvolutions and comparisons. The forensic service provider has the flexibility to modify or tailor the resulting component breakdowns for the purposes of developing a CODIS entry. These decisions can impact the software's ability to return a candidate match, as well as the analyst's ability to discern the candidate match as a possible investigative lead. Additionally, not all forensic service providers using PGS employ a likelihood-based approach for assessing the value of a candidate match in CODIS. This step may still be performed manually. Finally, governmental forensic service providers often rely heavily on private forensic service providers to help tackle their caseload. Private forensic service providers, however, do not have CODIS access. Instead, government forensic service providers review the results, take ownership, and enter the profiles. These results in interpretations of data generated outside the government forensic service providers system and requires procedures specific for the review of outsourced data for the purposes of CODIS entry. These procedures may differ from the forensic service provider's procedures for internal data review. Comparison to person of interest. If the profile is suitable for comparison and there is a person of interest profile available, the analyst will compare the forensic profile to the person of interest profile. The comparison will be based on an evaluation given at least one set of mutually exclusive propositions. Propositions are not unique to the forensic service provider using PGS. A relatively common example of a pair of propositions is when the person of interest is the source of the DNA, first proposition, and two, an unknown individual is the source of the DNA, second proposition. The expert working group, EWG, believes that likelihood ratios are the most effective and efficient way for analysts to assess and communicate the value of the findings. However, forensic service providers may have different resources, approaches, and methods. Alternative methods for expressing the value of DNA comparisons are discussed in greater detail in other quantitative expressions of DNA results. Okay, so formulating propositions in that likelihood framework. Propositions are key to evaluating findings in accordance with the principles of interpretation. Once the analyst has defined the relevant issues based on case circumstances, they should start to formulate propositions to assess the findings. Propositions and proposition pairs should have the following properties. 1, they should be based on available case information. 2, they should be mutually exclusive. For example, they cannot be true simultaneously. 3, although not necessarily exhaustive, they should cover all reasonable options dictated by the case circumstances and any other relevant known background. This means multiple sets of propositions may be needed to properly evaluate things. They should be explicit and leave no doubt about what is being proposed. 5, they should be structured so as not to transpose the conditional. Propositions are first informed by the provided case information and later updated on the data that has been developed. Propositions should be set prior to any comparison to persons of interest DNA. Importantly, the data may not support the initial propositions that were identified. For example, lack of data to support the expectation of an individual's DNA on an intimate item. While in general, propositions should be set prior to the comparison phase, in some instances, comparisons can result in the formulation of additional propositions, such as when samples from multiple persons of interest have been submitted, When performing the comparisons and using propositions, considering each person of interest separately, the analyst may determine that the data support propositions about multiple persons of interest. There may also be instances where, upon comparison, the analyst discovers features in the profile that are indicative of relatedness. The discovery may prompt additional case information and the consideration of alternate propositions. Okay, so I'll come back here. Sarah D. Irish! Oh, welcome! So good to see you. Uh-oh, Tara. Uh-oh. How did you come up with that? The National Appendix System has pancreatitis. Um, yes, Heather, I agree. Heather says, I am convinced Brian's neighbor came out with a story about Brian using a DNA database as a hoax to cover up for the upload to Prometheus the day prior to SD searching it. I completely agree. All right. Tara. Tara. So, Brian juggles fire sticks before, during, and after the unalivings. Yeah, that's what Tara and I have concluded. Because he was doing everything else, you know. Okay. Oops. Uh, okay. Wow. So how long have we been going? 5 hours. Yeah. This is just so much fun, guys. We're gonna have to do it again soon. Thanks for going on a ghost DNA tour earlier. That was awesome. And if you haven't seen the little detour about the ghost DNA, I highly recommend it. And anybody on Replay Crew, if you've made it this far and you've already heard about the ghost DNA, that's awesome. You can talk to all your friends about the ghost DNA. Oh, Twiz. Oh. Twiz asked, when do you get your real internets? Well, I ordered it from Xfinity yesterday. And what did they say? Like 3 to 5 business days I'll get the router. So I don't know if they would have shipped it this morning or if they have to wait till Monday. But yeah, I'm just waiting for the router so that I can set everything up. No, when you're ordering, you can choose self setup. That's what I did. So they don't have to come out and do anything. I just plug in a router. I don't have Starlink, but I did sign up to be part of like a test group for Starlink. They said I got on the list, but that's the last I heard about it. I don't know what kind of test group it is. Ah, Tara, it's good to see you. Yeah, you could be part of the live crew and the replay crew at the same time. Well, I didn't have as many problems tonight. I think I had I had a weird VPN setting as well when I was on CJ's show. And then Backwood Beats suggested an awesome VPN, which I did download and I'm using, and it's great. I think you guys said I only froze a few times. I on my side, I didn't look like I lost internet at all. Yeah, what did it? Backwood Beats suggested what is it, Speedify? That it works really well. Yes. So thanks for asking about the internet. And thank you for the VPN suggested backwards. So good to see you, Sarah. Other twins, everybody came by today. All right, you guys have a good night, and I will see you on a live soon. Bye, guys.